A very good afternoon to one and all. So we came to our final day of FDP. So now I'm handovering session to Udayashree madam to introduce the today's speaker. Udayashree madam, please take over.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all, and welcome to the 5th day of our faculty development program. I am Dr. Udayashree, Associate Professor from the Department of Mechanical Engineering from KJ ASEC. I take the privilege to introduce today's speaker of the session. We welcome Mr. J. Kodeshwar Rao, as Kodeshwar Garu, Associate Faculty Member, and he is an accomplished professional with over 15 years of experience in research, training, and consultancy, focusing on micro enterprises development, entrepreneurship, and skill development programs. He holds an MTech in environmental management from JNTUH Hyderabad and an MSc in environmental science from Nagarjuna University, Guntur. Key expertise areas: Sir has conducted 11 international executive programs and coordinated 10 other in areas such as MSME, promotion, agro-food processing, and clean energy technologies. Led over 50 entrepreneurship and skill development programs benefiting unemployed youth, women, students, and entrepreneurs. Organized over 35 national, regional executive development programs for government officials and industry stakeholders. Mentored and supported 50,000 plus budding entrepreneurs in establishing micro enterprises. Organized international conferences, national workshops, and product exhibitions promoting sustainability and waste management. And along with this, published 6 course books on environmental safety and health management. Actively contributed to policy discussions through participation in international and national seminars. His extensive contributions have generated over 5.5 crores in revenue over the past decade, underscoring his impact in fostering entrepreneurial ecosystem and sustainable business practices. With this, we welcome you on board, sir. The session is hand over to you, sir. Just please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Jayashree madam and Samyukta madam. Thank you for giving opportunity. May I have the madam? May I share my presentation slides, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Is it visible for you, my slides?
Yes, sir. It's visible. You can do
Okay.
full screen and you can continue, sir.
Yeah. Very good afternoon, sir. Thank you for giving a very good interaction with us by Jayashree madam and Samyukta madam. Today, I am going to insight about the MSME Innovative Scheme, one of the successful scheme which is effectively implemented by across the country, a component under MSME Champion Scheme. This is the scheme which is effectively utilized for all the engineering colleges as well as in the national institutes and Indian Institute of Technology, sir. MSME Innovative Scheme, sir. Their innovative scheme was launched on March 2022 with 3 components, sir. First part is incubation, design, and intellectual property right. This is the scheme which aims to provide expert advice and cost-effective solutions on real-time design problems for new products development. It's a continuous improvement and value addition in existing as well as new products, sir. This is the statistical data which is our which is shared in the MSME portal also. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji was launched MSME Idea Hackathon. There is a 4.0 on 11th of September 2024. Under the Idea Hackathon, this is young innovators. So far, 29,237 ideas have been received so far. Under the incubation component, 697 host institutes, HCI, we call it as HIs, host institutes have been approved which will nurture the development of innovative ideas approved through the due selection process. Under the design components of 18 memorandum of understanding have been signed so far, where 1 IISc Bangalore and 6 IITs and 11 is National Institute of Technologies as implementing agencies, and 47 professional design student projects have been approved so far. Under the intellectual property right IPR component, where 73 patents, 616 trademarks, 37 designs, and GI registration have been approved by the Intellectual Property Facilitation Center so far. The MSME Innovative Scheme, a concept to support MSMEs by integrating innovation in incubation, design, intervention, IPR protection into single approach. As I mentioned, MSME Innovative Scheme, which is a scheme which is effectively implemented across the country, fostering innovation across the entire value chain by providing support for idea development, promoting collaboration among various sectors, and focusing on affordable, sustainable, and commercialized viable innovations. Let us come to three components. First part is incubation, second is the design, third is the intellectual property right. Let us come to one by one. First part is incubation. To promote and support the untapped creativity. I am reiterating my words, my dear, all the participants once again here. Please concentrating on my first slide. This incubation, where untapped creativity and adoption of the latest technologies, especially which is suits to the problems which is faced by the MSMEs, that seeks the validation of their idea at the proof of the concept level. And second point, to support the engagement with the enablers who will advise such kind of MSMEs in expanding or else by the business by supporting them in the design concept, strategy implementation, as well as execution of their interventions. We are coming to the design. The design as a concept to facilitate the MSMEs to develop new design strategies through interventions as well as consultancy services. To create awareness about the value and power of the design for businesses, which will sensitize the MSMEs to use the design and innovation with various aspects of their industry. According to the, as you are aware in your colleges, civil engineering, mechanical, electrical, electronics, and computer science and information technology, so on courses which we are offering by the respective colleges, where we want to, whatever the intervention which our MSMEs are facing the problem, which will be enhanced, which will be going to suit the troubles, whatever the problems which is facing, and which is increasing the productivity within the stipulated time period, within the less time. Coming to the intellectual property right, to enhancing their awareness of intellectual property rights among the MSMEs and to encourage creative intellectuals to endure in Indian economy situation, to take the suitable measures for the protection of ideas and technological innovation and knowledge-driven businesses, which is the strategy which is developed by the Ministry of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises for their commercialization activity as well as effective utilization of the intellectual property right tools. MSME Innovative Scheme, a concept supported by the MSMEs integrating innovation, incubation, design interventions, especially intellectual property right protection into a single approach. Coming to the scheme, so regarding to the what I am going to give you theme of the presentation, MSME Innovative Scheme is a amalgamation of the incubation, design, intellectual property rights schemes of the Ministry of MSME. These erstwhile three schemes will be operated as a separate verticals with interflow and connections, which are the design, intellectual property rights, as well as incubation, which will act as a hub for the innovation activities, which are facilitating the guiding development of ideas into viable business propositions that will be converted into, that can be benefit society directly and it can be marketed successfully. Where whatever the students, while they are pursuing the BTech or MTech, Master of Technology or a Bachelor of Technology in engineering aspects, if they would like to have any idea, whatever the idea that will be converted into reality by using the MSME support, then establishing the enterprises, which is the marketing intervention for the MSME Innovative Scheme main objective. Let's come to incubation components of. The main objective of the incubation to promote and supporting the untapped creativity. Untapped, please I am reiterating my words once again repeatedly. Untapped creativity. Your idea should not be copied from anywhere else. Your idea should not be from the entitled for the similar kind of intervention which is already existing in the MSMEs. That is my humble submission to all the participants to promote adoption of latest technologies in MSMEs that seeks the validation of their ideas at the proof of the concept level, and then engagement with enablers who will advise such MSMEs in expanding their businesses by supporting them in design, strategy, or execution level, which is coming under the incubation activity. Where activities under this activity, recognition of eligible institutions as a host institute to act as a business incubator. Approval of the ideas of incubators submitted through the host institute, that means HI, where the assistance of nurturing the ideas to host institute, assistance towards the capital support to host institute for plant and machinery activity. Nature of the assistance, where financial assistance to the host institute for developing and nurturing the ideas. First, initially, once idea is been approved by the MSME DFO office, which is located at Balanagar office in Hyderabad, maximum of the 15 lakhs per idea to the host institute will be provided. Where once the effective utilization of the 15 lakh financial support, which is assistance by the MSME DFO Balanagar, then you have to mentor them your idea, whatever the ideas which is came to your mind, your interventions, where we have to provide the plant and machinery establishment intervention. Once it is been gone to the next level, financial assistance for plant and machinery to the host institute up to 1 crore. Maximum ceiling amount is 1 crore, sir. If you are anybody, if you have any such kind of ideas, such kind of intervention, please kindly drop your innovative idea through the portal. The applicant may apply at the MIS portal website, innovative.msme.gov.in. This is the mode of the intervention. How the process flow of the idea will be selected. First of all, once we receive the host institute, any engineering college, national institutes, or Indian Institute of Technologies, all act as a host institute. Once the idea is submitted on the portal, the first stage is screening. That means the screening idea is complete in all respects. First stage is screening at MSME DFO office at Hyderabad, and the idea will be forwarded to the next level. That means it goes to the New Delhi, DCMSME, Development Commissioner of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises, forwarding to your ideas. Where once evaluation and selection of ideas by the Domain Expert Selection Committee, we call it the DESC, Domain Expert Selection Committees. They will constituted a committee which is chaired by the Secretary and Joint Secretary SME and Joint Secretary for the idea hackathon and recommended selected ideas for approval. Once it is been, idea is approved, where the incubator of the new idea person may get 1 crore as a financial assistance for the plant and machinery to develop a next level. Where this kind of interventions are happening, there the Project Monitoring Appraisal Committee, PMAC, approval on financial assistance on recommendation of the DESC. This is the flow of more or less same procedure will be followed by all the 3 components, rest of the activities. Coming to the design component, if any ideas, design. The main object of the Design's innovative scheme to bring Indian manufacturing sector on design expertise, design fraternity onto a common platform. The aim to provide expert advice and cost-effective solution on real-time design problems for new product development or its continuous improvement and value addition to the existing as well as new products. It helps MSMEs realize that achieve their design-related objectives. What type of activities under the design scheme? Design project to facilitate MSMEs to develop a new design strategies and or design related products through interventions and consultancy activities. Design awareness program to create a general awareness and sensitization about the value and power of the design businesses through seminars, talks, workshops, awareness, conferences. These kind of interventions at various levels in the district level, state level, as well as followed by the national level. This is the same, more or less same nature of assistance under the design concept. Design project, the 75% for the micro enterprises, 65% small and medium of the total project cost, up to a maximum of the 40 lakhs. That means contribution of the government of India. Where student projects, the students who are pursuing innovative ideas, the students who are pursuing the Master of Technology, Bachelor of Degree Engineering aspects, they are eligible for getting 75% of the total project cost. up to a maximum of 2.5 lakh contribution of Government of India. Here also the applicant may apply at the MIS portal innovative.msme.gov.in. There's a project selection procedure where submission of application on the portal through implementing agency. Once idea is selected, preliminary screening by the implementing agency. Once it has been forwarded for the next level, for submission of application by implementing agency to PMAC, Project Monitoring Appraisal Committee, with recommendation. Reviewed by the project implementation, project appraisal panel members and recommended to the PMAC. Once it has been approved by the PMAC, the straight away their design will be accepted and they will get the financial support through Ministry of MSME directly to their bank accounts. Intellectual property components, intellectual property right component. As I mentioned, this is under intellectual property right. Main object of the IPR to enhancing the awareness of intellectual property rights among the MSMEs and encourage the creative intellectual endeavors in Indian economy. Majorly, what are the ideas, what are the trades, what are the geographical indication, what is the uniqueness of the products we need to get captured, and it will be patented on your especially entities, especially for the particular entities. To take suitable measures for the protection of ideas, technological interventions, knowledge-driven businesses, strategy developed by the MSMEs for their commercialization and effective utilization of the intellectual property right tools. What type of activities under the IPR component? Legal and intellectual property filing support, including the patent registration, trademarks, copyrights, designs, geographical indication, etc. Recently, in the state of Telangana, there is a Karimnagar, Siricilla textile cluster. They received the very good geographical indication of their products, and they have the trademark also recently, where intellectual property advisory consultation for patentability searches, technology gap analysis, and intellectual property commercialization through establishment of the Intellectual Property Facilitation Center. We call it the IPFC, Intellectual Property Facilitation Centers across the countries. What type of assistancy? If you are going to establish the IPFC, Intellectual Property Facilitation Center, at your college, respective colleges, respective technological interventions, where main objective is you people have to support and facilitate intellectual property right related information and facilities to the improve business prospects to establish a single point of intellectual property protection, advisory, and technological transfers. Your target audience should be your target group. It should be MSME entrepreneurs, technology entrepreneurs, startups, public sector institution, businesses, and industry association, followed by the all universities which are existing in your respective nearby areas. Coming to the, once if you are establishing the Intellectual Property Facilitation Center services, we have to offer by your college. First part is the pre-protection stage, IP searches, prior art search, novelty searches, validity search, advisory consultation activities coming under pre-protection stage. Coming to the second part, protection stage, first we need to take the patent trademark, that means trademark and the geographical indication, copyrights and related rights, designs, aspects to the MSMEs. These all are coming under protection stage. The post-protection stage, once it has been patented, you have to take intellectual property maintenances, advisories on enforcement of the intellectual property rights. Intellectual property and finance valuation of the IP assets, intellectual property monetization, technology transfer due to diligence and risk analysis. These things should be followed by the respective IPFC center, which is operated by the respective colleges wherever the center is existed. Coming to the nature of the assistance under the intellectual property right component, a grant of the 1 crore to an IPFC establishment of Intellectual Property Facilitation Center, which is a milestone based 3 or more installments basis. Second part is reimbursement for the registration of the patents, trademark, geographical indication. These things will be considered under the activity. First part is the design aspect, maximum financial assistance to eligible applicants as follows. First, if you are going to register the foreign patent, you are eligible for claim up to 5 lakh rupees. Second part, domestic patent. If you have any local nationwide domestic patent, if you are registered, if you are patented, you are eligible for getting reimbursement of up to 1 lakh rupees. Once if you are going to the geographical indication, GI registration, where you are eligible for reimbursement claim up to 2 lakh rupees. Design concept, any new design, whatever the existing design which is there, which is the speed up their activity, which they are going to get very good business potentiality, such kind of designs. If you are going to register, where you are eligible for the 0.15 lakh, where trademarks only 0.10 lakhs. This is the intervention which they are going to reimbursement. If anybody have such kind of interventions, such kind of what we discussed so far, please contact MSME DFO office, which is located at Balanagar, Narsapur Cross Road, Hyderabad, where you can submit your application maybe for the MIS portal who are interested to establish the IPFC center in your respective colleges, respective universities, respective places. Innovative.msme.gov.in is the portal. Where what is the reimbursement process flow? Application through the portal. Once it has been, you submitted your application, there is a comprehensive scrutiny by the Intellectual Property Right Facilitation Center. Once it has been done, then your idea, your foreign patent, your geographical indication or design, this should be directly approved by the Ministry of MSME. Once it has been approved, reimbursement by the IPFCs, utilization certificate submitted periodically, once in a quarterly basis, half-yearly basis, and yearly basis. Once it has been approved, then only you are going to get grants in approval by the Ministry of MSME, time to time basis. Coming to the components applicable to all sub-schemes, most importantly, awareness and training activities. Under the intellectual property right patents, you are eligible for getting industry awareness programs, training programs, regional, state level, national-wise workshop, foreign travel, international trainings, international benchmarking, exposure visits, and study tours for learning best practices which are implemented across the globe relating to the MSME innovative scheme. These things all are coming under the components under MSME innovative scheme so far what we discussed. These components applicable to all sub-schemes, sir. There is a seed capital support disbursement mechanism. You see here financial assistance up to 1 crore. Equity for commercialization of the ideas, designs, patents, and facilities, which is the preparation for pre-investment series funding. The funds shall be managed by the SIDBI. SIDBI stands for Small Industry Development Bank of India with management of fees of the 5%. A separate corpus will be created and managed by the SIDBI for providing equity ratio up to 80 to 20. 80% will be given by the SIDBI and 20% should be the beneficiary contribution. We are coming to the seed capital support disbursement mechanism. As well as same as previously what we discussed so far, application through the portal, presentation to the domain expert selection committee, as I mentioned, DESC. Once it has been shortlisted by the DESC, then the shortlisting of proposals and forwarding for the SIDBI Bank, Small Industry Development Bank of India. Once it is even approved by the PMAC, Project Management Appraisal Committee. Once sanction order to the SIDBI for the dispersal of the loan, executing of the legal agreement between the SIDBI and the grantee. Once it has been executing by the legal agreement, where disbursement of the seed support, 1 crore rupees will be given as a financial assistance to establish the interventions. As I mentioned so far, this is the first MSME Idea Hackathon 2.0. It is a period, they had given the period 2nd to 14th November 2022, which is organized by the Ministry of MSME, Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. This is the flyer, which is put it in the website, MSME Idea Hackathon. These are the features: submission of ideas, innovation, get validation at a proposal under the consideration stage. The third party is receiving financial assistance up to 15 lakhs for the approval of the idea. These all are the themes for submission of idea, innovations: digital agriculture, portable water solution, organic composting, disaster management, e-festival, e-vehicles, cloud computing, sustainable fashion mode, supply chain management solution, most importantly, environmental, eco-friendly, sustainable furniture, safety in the transportation and industry, alternative material for single-use plastic, and AVGC. AVGC stands for Animation, Visual, Gaming, and Comic, and low-cost indigenous digital healthcare systems, waste to wealth concept, circular economy, circular solutions, and waste management. This is the ideas, which themes for the submission of ideas and innovations. We are coming to the MSME hackathon. This is the flyer which is given for us. Up to 15 lakhs as a financial assistance. Who can join? Any innovator with email and mobile number, and MSME with Ujjum registration number. There is a my.msmegov.in INC is a website portal that is a 2.0. After that, there is a recently they have launched for the MSME hackathon 4.0, Idea Hackathon 4.0. This is the scheme. This is the Open MSME Idea Hackathon. Here also their first call for the incubation, design, and intellectual property right interventions. Open MSME Ideas Hackathon. Here is the MSME Idea Hackathon. This is the portal, sir. Don't submit any false information to anywhere else. This is I'm collecting from the website, Ministry of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. Here, there are categorically mentioned the registration, login ID, downloads, hackathon results, and host institute. How many units, how many host institutes are shortlisted, and join for MSME Hackathon 4.0. MSME Idea Hackathon 4.0 for younger innovator for the nation. First, who can join the MSME Idea Hackathon 4.0? Benefit of MSME Idea Hackathon and join MSME Idea Hackathon 4.0. They need to have specifically, they are asking us selected ideas will be suitable for shooting the information, and 18 to 35 years is the age factor, sir. This is the last date is 11th of September 2024. It was completed. Now results are announced recently. Similarly, MSME incubation. This is the incubation center, which is whatever the ideas which will be incubatees has to submit at one portal, and that's also MSME incubation intervention, msmeinnovative.gov.in, where MSME intellectual property rights. Here also they're asking about the scheme, photo gallery, video gallery, MSME innovative scheme guidelines, and Idea Hackathon 4.0 in this respect. MSME design concept is already existing units. Those who are eligible for apply, they have to submit their application at the MSME DFO office time to time basis. Similarly, our state government also, sir, there is a Environmental Protection Training Research Institute and Autonomous Institute of Government of Telangana. They had given the very good intervention, Grand Challenge for Innovative Idea, where this is the GHMC and Hyderabad Municipal Solid Waste Management sponsored, win prizes worth of 1 lakh rupees. This is the information which is exclusively for the environmental waste to wealth circular economy concepts. Coming to the, what is the Government of India? Micro, small, medium enterprises schemes I would like to highlight. So far, we discussed about the incubation, design, intellectual property rights. That is the MSME innovative technologies, which is supported to the all engineering colleges, establishing the intellectual property rights facilitation centers at their respective places. And now I am going to give you brief insight regarding to the what is the MSME support to extend for the micro, small, medium enterprises. There is a technology center which is established in the across the country. So there is a technology centers are concentrated on an integrated development of the relevant sector of industries to help the MSMEs. Where technology center, tool rooms, and technical institutions concentrating on integrated development of the different sectors of industries to help MSME. Total 18 MSME tool rooms so far established. Technical institutions established with Pan India are serving the sectors like general engineering, foundry, forging, electronic, fragrances, glass, sports, goods, and footwear, etc. So far, this is the achievement, sir. There is 18 tool rooms, technical institutions assisted 47,901 units and trained 2,30,724 trainees from January to December 2024, one particular financial year. Which is the information which is available in the MSME portal, sir. Coming to the tool rooms, technical institutions, sir. As I mentioned previously, is the key benefits to improve the access of MSMEs to tooling facilities for enhancement of the efficiency and providing industries ready manpower by conducting training programs. This is the process and product development in relevant sectors, and consultancy and job works also relevant sector is available at MSME the tool rooms as well as technical institutions. For example, one of the industry which is established in Katejan or Balanagar or Girimetla across the Hyderabad city, wherever the places, if they would like to get any new tool, there they have to approach with the tool rooms or technical institutions. They will, as per your requirement, they will manufacture the tool and it will be given to you on payment basis. Whatever service which is exchanged by the tool rooms as well as technical institution, you can charge them as a service sector. They are going to collect as a course fee for conducting such kind of trainings. Tool rooms, technical institutions are concentrated, integrated development of the relevant sector of the industries to help the MSMEs, time to time basis. We are coming to the National SC/ST scheme, sir. One of the flagship program which is effectively implemented across the country by the Honorable, this is launched by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in the year of 2017 itself, where National SC/ST Hub, which provides the professional support to the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe entrepreneurs in adopting applicable business practices to meet the 4% of the public procurement mandate and accordance with the public procurement policy for MSCs. During the April to December 2024, so far 9,288 SC/ST beneficiaries have availed benefits under the various components of the National SC/ST Hub scheme. In the current financial year, especially 76 special vendor development programs have been organized in various locations with the CAPSCs, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe entrepreneurs, and other stakeholders. A mega event, that means National SC/ST Conclave, was organized by the Moga district of Punjab with the participants of 760 existing aspiring entrepreneurs attended the event. The scheme has positively impacted the target beneficiaries by the providing professional support, upgrading their skills, facilitating the market linkages, and holding support, which results in turn a 17-fold increase of the public procurement from the SC/ST micro, small, medium enterprises in terms of the value 99.37 crores in the year of 2015-16, where it gone up to 1,757 crores approximately, where up to this was in the financial year 2023-24 as reported on the MSME Sambandh portal so far. Coming to the women entrepreneurs, so far 1.4 crores MSMEs. Women entrepreneurs are leading the way with the ownership of 1.4 crore MSMEs, driving India's economic growth and empowerment. That's a successful scheme which is effectively implemented across the country by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji was launched during the 2017. Coming to the PM Vishwakarma. This is the honoring skills of Vishwakarma. This is the benefits of the scheme, sir. So far, collateral-free loans up to 3 lakhs for the Vishwakarma brothers and sisters. Toolkits incentive support up to 15,000 rupees for toolkit. Training for the skill upgradation and the stipend is 500 rupees per day. The person who are attending the training for skill upgradation, they are eligible for availing the 500 rupees per day as an incentive, and marketing assistance for the quality certification and branding will be given. You see the photograph over here, the PM Vishwakarma's honoring skills of the Vishwakarmas. So far, sir, this is the statistical data which is available in the website. December 9th, 2024. So far, 2 crore 60 lakhs 95,606 enrollments so far, where out of this 25 lakhs 44,128 successful registrations, which has been effectively. PM Vishwakarma aims to improving the quality as well as reach the products and services of the Vishwakarmas. These all are this scheme is meant for especially for the traditional artisans. You see the photograph of the slide. There is a traditional artisans, Kummarlu, Vadrangi, different kind of interventions. You see the photograph, Swarnakarlu, flower birds, and tailoring, this kind of intervention. This is one of the scheme across the country. It is launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, provides end-to-end holistic support to the traditional artisans and the craft people, where the 18 trades in the scaling up to their conventional products and services. You see the photograph of the slide, so far. This is the 2 crore 64 lakhs 52,905 enrollment so far. This is the 26 lakh 83,911 successfully registration as on board. This is the 22nd of January 2025 information. PM Vishwakarma aims to provide several benefits to the Vishwakarmas who are either self-employed or intended to set up their own small-scale venture. If anybody interested to guide them to your respective areas, please ask them to contact local district industry center of their respective district. If any participant who are available would like to establish these kind of interventions to your respective areas, please inform to your Vishwakarmas who are nearby your area. Please ask them to contact with the local district industry center, as well as if they are related to the Hyderabad city, please ask them to contact MSME DFO office, which is located at Balanagar Narsipur Cross Road. Coming to one of the flagship program, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. Under this scheme, the aim to provide financial assistance to setting up of the self-employment ventures, generate sustainable employment opportunities, rural as well as urban areas. Here, to generate the substantial continuous employment opportunity, I am reiterating my word, continuous employment opportunity. If you are going to take example, one of the cotton industry, the cotton is widely cultivated across the Telangana state during the particular season. What is about rest of the winter season or rest of the other season, it is very difficult for them to get the raw material. So this is a scheme which is supporting to the aspirational as well as budding or existing entrepreneur. They are the seed bank of the product, whatever the raw material, whenever it is available, it will be purchased at one way and it will be kept at godows and it will be given for the rest of the season, unseasoned time. This is the one raw material procurement will be taken care by the PMEGP marketing assistance activity to generate sustainable continuous employment opportunity for rural and unemployed youth as well as prospective traditional artisan. There it may halt occupational migration. No need to. Earlier, sir, there is some of the districts in the Telangana state, they are migrated for livelihood to the nearby the Mumbai or any other nearby states, nearby the places, Bengaluru, to get the livelihood opportunities. Nowadays, no need to go such kind of intervention. Wherever the places, they can to submit their application, their KVIC, and they are going to provide the financial support to establish the micro enterprises. PMEGP scheme. This is the scheme which aims to provide financial assistance to setting up of the self-employment ventures and generate sustainable employment opportunities, rural as well as urban areas. The Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, what is the benefits? This is the first of all, this is the credit-linked subsidy program for setting up of the new micro enterprises in non-farm sector. I am reiterating my word, non-farm sector. Margin money subsidy ranges from 15 to 35. The margin money of subsidy is purely depending upon where the proposed unit is going to be established. For example, if the intended to one of the beneficiary would like to establish the unit in the city of Hyderabad city, he is eligible for getting 25% subsidy. Where the person who are going to intended to establish the micro enterprises in the rural area, they are straight away eligible for getting 35% subsidy. The project cost, the project up to 50 lakhs for the manufacturing sector and 20 lakhs for the service sector. For the special category, that means including scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, other backward class community, minorities, women, transgender, ex-servicemen, differently able, or NER, northeastern region, hill areas, border areas, or aspirational districts. Entrepreneurs in urban areas can receive 25% subsidy. Those in rural area are eligible for getting 35% subsidy. This is the way women empowerment will happen here across the country. Aims to provide financial assistance to establish the self-employment ventures and generate sustainable employment opportunities, generate sustainable and continuous employment opportunities for the rural as well as unemployed youth, as well as prospective traditional artisan, thereby halt of the occupational migration from where their location, rural area to where they are located to get the for livelihood opportunity purpose, they are migrating to other locations. So far, this is the PMEGP successful strategy. This is the achievement so far by the Minister of MSME, where PMEGP applications were accepted from the prospective beneficiaries, 11 regional languages since the inception, means 2008 to 2009 till financial year 2024 to 25 as on date December 2024. 9.87 lakh micro enterprises assisted across the country with the disbursement of margin money subsidy 26 crore 124 lakh 0.26 crore were generating total estimated employment for more than the 80 lakhs persons. During the particular financial year, means 24-25, where 58,000 new micro enterprises assisted across the country with the disbursement of the margin money subsidy 2018.97 crores, generating total estimated employment more than the 4.6 lakh persons so far. If anybody interested to establish this kind of intervention, please log into website kviconline.gov.in. For more information, please scan the QR code which is available in your portal. These are the success stories I would like to highlight over here. There are the MSME success stories, those who are availed the PMEGP loan and establishing the micro enterprises. So, this you can see here, there is a Mrs. Agarwal achieved a turnover of the 30 crores with the support of the PMEGP scheme. You read that success story, sir, where Agarwal were running a cattle feed shop in Punjab state. They were determined to pursue their ideas for setting up their own cattle feed manufacturing unit through a government bank. They learned about the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program scheme, which supports self-employment activities. They availed a loan and thereafter started a manufacturing unit. They are starting from retailing cattle feed to becoming the manufacturing and dealers to their businesses. Achieved turnover 3 crores 60 lakhs rupees with the project cost only 25 lakhs. They also made substantial profits and provide employment to the 25 individuals. Despite facing challenges such as COVID-19, is lumpy skin diseases, Agarwal is strong, will be hard work, enable them to overcome these obstacles. They are grateful for the support provided by the PMEGP scheme and are now working towards expanding into larger markets. Such kind of success stories we have, sir. If those who are interested, please log into MSME portal and you will get to know about this kind of interventions. Sir. Where from struggle from the success with eco-friendly Panchakavya products, read the inspiring journey of the Ujjav Nerkar. Is Ujjav Devakar Nerkar. He is from Jalam district of the Maharashtra state. He is a financial struggle to entrepreneurial success through this Panchakavya based industry. He faced unemployed and despair until he participated in the entrepreneurship development training program at bioprocessing and herbal department at Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Rural Institute, which is located at Wardha. Then he started this kind of business. Presently, he is earning this kind of revenue out of this intervention. Like this way, a number of success stories we have, sir. There are thousands of people, those who are established, avail the financial assistance under PMEGP and procuring the latest high-end machineries and to start their business opportunities, to providing the employment opportunities to the local people. The Minister of MSME empowers Khadi and village industries by promoting, developing, providing opportunities rural areas, thereby strengthening the rural economy. There is an academic objective, producing saleable articles. The person intended to, those who are going to avail the loan under the PMEGP, they must have to go for producing saleable article. And the wider objective, creating self-reliance amongst the people, building up of a strong rural community spirit. The main objective of the PMEGP is the providing employment in rural as well as urban areas through district industry center. Economic objective is to produce saleable articles, creating self-reliant interventions, promoting, developing, providing opportunities in rural areas. You see the photograph over here, my dear participant. There is a exhibition, same like exhibitions at presently in Hyderabad. There is a Numaish exhibition going on at Nampalli exhibition, industrial exhibition ground. Those who are in the Hyderabad or nearby area, please visit that stall evening 4 to up to evening 10:30, where you will get wonderful products which is promoted by the PMEGP across the Telangana state. There are totally, as on my information, we visited recently, there are totally 65 products which is widely available in the local market, which is at Numaish exhibition ground, Numaish exhibition, which is presently happening at Hyderabad city at Nampalli Industrial Exhibition grounds. We're coming to the MSME's scheme, Micro Small Enterprises Cluster Development Program scheme. This is the key strategy for enhancing the productivity, competitiveness, as well as capacity building of the micro, small, medium enterprises and their collective of the country. This is the main objective, sir. This is the units where common facility centers will across the place. You can have it where these are creating, upgrading infrastructure facilities, like new as well as existing industrial areas, as well as cluster of micro, small, medium enterprises. Promotion of green and sustainable manufacturing technology for the cluster. This is the MSM, this is the scheme, is a key strategy for enhancing the productivity, competitiveness, capacity building of micro, small, medium enterprises and their collectives. Coming to the one of the beautiful scheme which is suitable, suits the needs of the rural areas. So Aspire. Aspire stands for a scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industry, entrepreneurship. Aspire, this is the scheme which generates employment opportunities by facilitating formal, scalable micro enterprises creation in the agro-rural sector. This is the scheme suitable for the agriculture in rural area, which promotes the micro enterprises. Skill, upskill, reskilling, unemployed, self-employed, wage earners in new technologies in the agro-rural sector, which provides the skilled human capital to nearby industrial cluster or promote innovations for strengthening the competitiveness in the MSME sector. This is the scheme which Aspire setting up of the new network of livelihood business incubator, predominantly in the rural as well as undeserved areas, which promote innovation and accelerating to the entrepreneurs. As I mentioned, there is a portal, aspire.msme.gov.in, Aspire, where you will get key benefits for the Aspire scheme, maximum of the 1 crore, government agencies and 75 lakhs with own 25% is a own contribution, private agencies for procuring the plant and machinery, where maximum of 1 crore, government and private agencies as operational expenditure, support towards manpower cost, running incubation and skill development programs. This scheme applicable for any agency, institution of Government of India, state government or existing training center under the ministries, departments of the Government of India, state government, industry association, academic institution. I am reiterating my word, academic institution. Those who would like to establish this kind of intervention, please submit your application at the portal aspire.msme.gov.in. Any not-for-profit private institution with experience in successfully executing incubation or skill development program, they are eligible for setting up of the livelihood business incubation, LBI. Livelihood business incubators, where 1 crore will be given as a seed fund. The rest of the things we have to contribute 25% as a contribution. Coming to the ESDP, there is one of the successful scheme which is effectively implemented by the Government of India by Minister of MSME, Entrepreneurship Skill Development Program, where ESDPs promotes new enterprises, capacity building of existing MSMEs, and inculcating entrepreneurial culture in the country. Main benefits of ESDPs, this is the widen the base of entrepreneurship by development, achievement, motivation, entrepreneurial skills to the different sections of the society. The ESDP includes following modules, where entrepreneurship awareness program, EAP. This is a widely conducted in across the Telangana state by engineering colleges, National Institute of Technologies or IITs. Where coming to the second part, entrepreneurship cum skill development program, that's called as the ESDP. This is a scheme which is effectively implemented across the Telangana state by MSME DF office. They conducted frequently. The eligibility criteria is the sector-specific intervention. Coming to the advanced ESDP, Advanced Entrepreneurship Skill Development Program, the person who are intended to establish the micro enterprises, those who would like to avail the technology like T-Hub or Telangana Works, which is located at Raidurg, Knowledge Park, they have to approach with them and they have to go for the hands-on training. Once they submitted hands-on training certificate, they are eligible for getting the bank loan and they're establishing the micro enterprises. Third part is management development program. That is the Advanced Management Development Program. The schemes, the three components which will be available in the Telangana state at MSME CITD, Central Institute of Tool Design, as well as MSME DF office at Palanakar. More details, please contact msmedi.dcmsme.gov.in or else by the scan the QR code. This is the intervention. Entrepreneurship skill development scheme is designed to foster the new enterprises, nurture an entrepreneurial culture, and provide essential skill development training center. This is do you know how the ATA scheme empowers the entrepreneur? This is one of the successful scheme across the country by the Minister of MSME, assistance to training institutions. The scheme of the Minister of MSME supports entrepreneurship and skill development training program for the purpose of the creation, strengthening of infrastructure of national level organizations. Where who gets the support? National level institutions like tool rooms, all national small industries corporation and choir board, KVIC and National Institute of MSME, one of our institute. Assistance Training Institute scheme provides support to the national level training institution operating under the MSME. Here, so the scheme is provide financial assistance to national level training institution operating the schemes like NIMSME, KVIC, Choir Board, Tool Rooms, NSIC, MGIRI, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Rural Institutes. It creates a strengthening of infrastructure training institutes and provides the assistance for skill development training programs. Coming to the Choir Board, sir, one of the scheme which is effectively implemented by the Choir Board. Choir Board is an entity which is statutory body established by the Government of India under the Choir Industry Act 1953 to promote the sustainable development of choir industry in India. Choir industry sustains over 7 lakh workers, with around 80% being women from economically weaker sections, mainly in coastal districts of India. The main objective of the Choir Board, sir, is the promotion of the export choir products, improvement in the quality, choir fiber, choir urn, choir products, infrastructure development through implementation of the various schemes, development of the domestic market, choir and choir products, manpower deployment through training and induction, introduction of the new technologies, and employment of the living conditions of workers engaged in the industry. You see the photograph over here, Choir Board interventions, all choir related products. Here also, Choir Board is implementing Choir Vikas Yojana. These are sub-schemes, science and technology, modernization of the industry, domestic market promotion, skill development and Mahila Choir Yojana, export market promotion, trade industry related functional support, and welfare of the people, those who are working under Choir Board, choir interventions. The science and technology scheme of the Choir Board brings improvement of the productivity, enhancement, quality, diversification of the products, and also elimination of the drudgery. These kind of interventions which are related to the choir related products. So far, this is the statistics which is available in the website, sir. Is the choir promoted interventions. They are exporting market to the other countries also. So far, the Indian choir sector achieved export turnover valued 2,992.68 crores. Period of the January 24 to October 24. Only 9 months time duration, they achieved the 2,992 crore turnover for exporting the choir product to the other neighboring countries. Our Honorable Minister, Sri Chitan Ram Manji, he visited recently Arur Choir Mats Matting Cooperative Society Choir Manufacturing Unit on 11th of January. You see the board itself, it's the choir board. This is the welcome and deck hall. This is the interventions which is explained by our Joint Secretary. Choir matrices. The visit underscores the ministry efforts to promote the choir sector, which is crucial for rural employment, contributing to the significantly to Indian exports, with the products reaching over 110 countries so far in India contribution. Whatever the products which is manufactured over here, which will be exporting to the more than 110 countries, neighboring countries. Coming to the promotion of MSMEs in Northeastern region, we call it the NER. Aims to enhancing productivity, competitiveness, capacity building MSMEs to create upgrade infrastructure, new existing industrial areas across the NER. The major key benefits, common facilities for MSMEs to develop new products, processes, including the tooling, development of infrastructure, entrepreneur for establishing new units and expanding their units, support for creation of common infrastructure, boosting tourism in northeastern region and Sikkim. Those who are the scheme applicability is only state government organizations and departments engaged in the promotion of MSMEs. There is an exclusive scheme called promotion of MSMEs in the NER, northeastern region. Here, there is one of the scheme which is effectively implemented by the scheme, Unnati scheme, where so far there is a scheme, 12 new projects comprising 3 projects from Assam, 5 projects from the Nagaland, 4 projects from Sikkim have been approved during the financial year, where 178.24 crores with the Government of India grant 142.5 crore, where during the financial year 2024, Government of India grant is this much, which has been released to various projects approved under the scheme. They are going to promote growth and addressing common issues such as improvement of the technology, skill, quality, market access, etc. There is a scheme for self-reliant India. This is exclusively for the venture capitalist intervention. This scheme supporting for the entrepreneurs with a potential graduates beyond the MSMEs bracket and become the national or international champions, supporting MSMEs in the objective making India self-reliant by producing relevant goods, services, and technologies. This supporting MSMEs in their growth, expansion, and also creating employment opportunities. See here, this is the achievement so far in this scheme, where their investment is up to nearby the 10,000 crores. 1st January 24th, December, November 2024, the daughter funds were empaneled with the NCVPL, where 2,700 crores has been invested, assisted 115 potential MSMEs so far. The more information, please visit this the website www.nvcfi.co.in. Coming to the MSME competitive scheme, we call it the MCLS, MSME competitive lean scheme, which is the scheme which is enhancing the domestic and global competitiveness among MSMEs through the application of various lean tools techniques. What are the lean points here? You please remember my words: optimization of resource and space, enhancement of the quality, introduction of the industry 4.0, enhancement of knowledge and skills, reduction in the reduction in rejection rates. That means reducing the wastage and improving the productivity and enhancing the productivity, enhancement of the profitability, followed by the digital empowerment. The more information, please, those who are interested to establish these kind of prospects, please visit lean.msme.gov.in. MSME competitive lean scheme enhancing manufacturing competitiveness among the MSME sector. This is the so far achievements. What is the so far the scheme reached? 25,545 MSMEs have registered so far, where 25,422 MSMEs have taken the place, and presently 10,319 MSMEs are now basic lean certified. The rest of the 15,422 has to be reached to this level. We are coming to the second part, Credit Guarantee Trust for MSMEs. Those who are MSMEs units, they have to increasing the activity, collateral free loans under this scheme, and increasing the guarantee coverage and reducing the guarantee fees, and special support for the micro enterprises. The scheme was launched during 2024 April. Their women entrepreneurs, owned businesses will benefit from the higher guarantee coverage up to 95%, up from 85%, supporting them in their entrepreneurial journey. Coming to the PM Vishwakarma, as I mentioned previously, these key milestones, achievements so far, that the workers provide end-to-end holistic support to the traditional artisans, crafts people, 18 trades in scaling up of their conventional products and services, which is PM Vishwakarma aims to provide several benefits to the Vishwakarmas who are either self-employed or intended to setting up of their own small-scale ventures. This is those who are interested, please contact pmvishwakarma.gov.in. Otherwise, they have to submit application at the local district industry center of respective districts. Gramodyog Vikas Yojana. This is the scheme under KVIC. They are providing employment interventions to promoting marketing and exports interventions. Improve infrastructure, khadi production, development of the village industries, increasing the number of rural artisans, revival of the traditional artisans. Those industries, they are unable to run their company. If they would like to go for revival, reproducing their products once again, then such kind of intervention they have to approach with the KVIC office, which is nearby the area. One of the successful scheme which is implemented across the country by the Minister of MSME, International Cooperation Scheme. This is the scheme which aims to capacity build MSMEs for entering export markets, facilitating their participation in international exhibition, fairs, conferences, seminars, buyer-seller meets in abroad, reimbursement of various costs involving exports of goods and services. If anybody interested to conduct international conference, international seminar, international buyer-seller meet, international exhibitions at Hyderabad High-Tech City, those who would like to submit application under icmsme.gov.in. This is the portal. The first time MSME exporter financial assistance provided for the following: registration cum membership certificate, charges, fees paid by the Export Promotion Council, export insurance premium paid by the Export Credit Guarantee Corporations, fees paid by the testing or quality certification acquired by the MSAs to export products. If you would like to go for product display at any other nearby the country, you have to submit application at MSME Palanagar office. They are going to scrutiny your application and they will give you approval to go ahead. Once you get the permission, then you can complete your transaction and submit the bills where you are eligible for getting 75% of the cost involved during the entire visit out of 100%. Capacity building of first time MSCs, key benefits, maximum financial assistance 10,000 for export insurance premium, financial assistance up to 75%, testing and quality certification of the 1 lakh. This is the capacity building first time exporters to subcomponent of International Cooperation Scheme will support MSCs to enter the export markets. As I mentioned, if anybody would like to establish these kind of stalls in the exhibition centers, wherever the product display was happening, you please submit your application at Balanagar under the International Cooperation Scheme, empowering MSMEs to become globally competitive and participate in international exhibition, conferences, seminar. This is the achievements of the scheme during the particular financial year. Where one of the vibrant scheme which is across the country, rising and accelerating MSME performance, we call it as a RAMP, RAM. A RAM, which is a scheme, a World Bank supported by the central sector scheme, which aims to improve access MSMEs to market, finance and technology upgradation. I am reiterating my word, market financing and technology upgradation. The existing units are eligible for availing these kind of information. For example, if any industry which is working last since 10 years or 15 years, where they would like to go for procuring the machinery or upgrading their technology which suits to the latest market, they have to submit application at the MSME DFO office nearby area. Once they submit application, they will scrutiny the interventions, they will scrutiny the objective of the intervention. Once it is suitable for the RAM, where they are going to provide latest high-end machinery procurement interventions, which is financially supported by the Government of India through MSMEs. The strengthening institutions of the central state level, enhancing the central state collaboration. The RAMP scheme, enhancing the performance of MSMEs by promoting latest technology and latest innovation and digitization activity, marketing access, credit linkaging, and green initiatives through the active participation of the state government interventions. RAMP is a World Bank supported scheme, sir. This is the government of MSME implementing across the country. This is since the initiation of the program, more than the 4 lakh MSMEs have been positively impacted, suggested a broad reach and support for small businesses across the country. What is the reimbursement process? The ministry has achieved 50% of its reimbursement target, which is an indicator for the successful completion of the program deliverables. Coming to the, as I mentioned, SCST Hub, this is the one of the intervention, the suitable activities promoting among the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. So far, 76 lakh SC/ST MSMEs already registered Ujjim portal, availing the benefits under the different schemes. National SC/ST Hub scheme is applicable for aspiring and existing SC/ST entrepreneurs. There is a leverage to Stand Up India initiative, adopt applicable business practices to provide professional support to the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe entrepreneurs to fulfilling the obligation under the public procurement policy. Those actually, as per the public procurement policy, 4% of the procurement from the SC/ST owned MSMEs. As an information, they are not reaching the such kind of interventions, such kind of 4% also. In such case, government is supporting by NSSE, National SC/ST Hub scheme. They are providing the leverages to the Stand Up India initiative, adapting applicable to the business practices effective manner. Procurement and marketing support, PMS scheme. The scheme is to promote new market access initiatives like organizing participation in national, international trade fair exhibitions held across the country, creating awareness and educates MSMEs about the process of packaging in marketing, latest packaging technologies, export-import policy procedure, and government GEM portal, government e-market, MSME conclaves, latest developments in international, national trade of other subjects, topics relevant to the market access development. Those who are interested to establish this kind of intervention, please contact dcmsme.gov.in portal. Here, the scheme is applicable for manufacturing, service sector, MSAs having valid Ujjim registration certificate. Ujjim registration is a mandatory document to enter into this kind of interventions. Procurement and marketing support of the scheme, which promotes a new market access initiative like organizing participation, international trade fair, exhibitions held across the country. Within the country, there is a PMS scheme. As I mentioned, procurement and market support, capacity building, development of retail outlets, market access. This is a raw material assistance scheme, which is effectively implemented by the National Small Industries Corporation. For example, if you would like to go for raw material assistance, first visit the nearest NSIC office in Telangana state at RTC Crossroad, nearby the adjacent of NABARD office. There is NSIC, National Small Industries Corporation office is existed. Submit your business details and raw material requirement and complete the simple documentation process. You have to submit your application. Once you submitted, this is the benefits for the NSIC procure raw material from bulk producers, suppliers, government, private in large volume, and discount received as passed on the MSMEs. The credit support is also available for raw material procurement. More details, please visit nsic.gov.in website. Coming to the last part, Champion Portal. This is the platform which is creating for the resolution, redressal, and remedies. This is the ensure speedy, convenient, and effective redressal of MSME grievances, which provides guidance and helps MSMEs to navigate through various government schemes and policies, which disseminates information about the schemes of the MSMEs. So far, the MS Champion Portal launched during COVID time. Since inception, the Champion Portal has received 1,16,100 grievances, out of which 1,14,803. That means 98.88% have been replied on the portal itself. More information, please visit champions.gov.in. There is a Champion Portal, a platform for resolution, redressal of remedies. Here is the objective, ensuring a speedy, convenient, and effective redressal of the MSME grievances. And second objective, hand-holding and helping MSMEs in their navigation of the various government schemes and policies. Third objective, disseminating of the information, details of all schemes of the government Ministry of MSME. You see the some interventions, sir. There is a promotional exhibitions happens. Minister of State, MSME, Shobha Kargwale participated in the 18th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Convention at Janta Maidan, Bhubaneswar on 9th of January. Visited the theme, collaborate, promoted organization. Minister also explored new technology demonstration center, experience hubs, drone technology, solar panel. You see the photograph over here. Minister credited Honorable Prime Minister leadership of bolstering MSMEs, adjust the diaspora to act as ambassador of Indian handicrafts, yoga, Ayurveda and culture. So far, this is the number 2,55,358 jet certified MSMEs. Zero effect, zero defect scheme, which encourages the enabling MSMEs for manufacturing of quality products using latest technology, tools, and to constantly upgrade their process achievements at higher quality and high productivity with the least effect on the environment. There's a scheme called Zero Effect, Zero Defect. Zero Effect, Zero Defect, which is a successful scheme which is implemented across the country. Which is a free online registration page, basic information documentation upload, desktop remote outside assessment, where 75% of the expenditure will be reimbursed under the scheme. There is a success story here also, sir. There is a traditional metal workers, and read the inspiring converting family recipe to thriving businesses. Successful stories. These things are also available in the MSME portal as well as local KVIC offices. Thank you. Thank you for giving opportunity. Thank you for patient listening. If you have questions, let us have the interaction. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Audience are requested to unmute. And as if you have any doubt, just please try to post to the speaker. Audience, please.
If anybody would like to interact,
Yes,
otherwise,
please. Sir, let us wait for a few seconds. Like if not, then
okay, no issue, madam. I will give you
yes.
my number. I will
Yes.
share the details to you. You please share
Yes.
in the group. So
Sure,
anybody
sir.
interested to ask them to visit our office. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
No problem. We are at our 65 years industry, madam.
Yeah, sir,
19
that's what like when we were hearing to you, like there's a lot of opportunity to all the women as
Yes,
a
yes.
rural area wise and all the
Yeah.
technical and
And
everything. No one,
colleges.
area, no, like that is not the area touched upon. Yeah, it's a
So
very
where-
great opportunity, sir.
Uh-huh.
Like we also need to know about all this. Then
Madam,
only
I
we
have
can.
been I
Yes.
have been working here the last 18 years. We are the masters undoubtedly. So
Yes, sir.
after my MTech, I was working at MSME office last 18 years. We are
Yes,
we will
Banagar,
guide
sir.
them. No, ours is located at Yusufgoda, madam. Ours is the
Yusufgoda.
training center, National
Yes.
Institute Micro Small Medium Enterprises, which is located at Yusufgoda, nearby
Yes,
the
sir.
Maitri 1 and 2 towards Kondapur Road.
Yes, sir. Can we reach out to you, sir, at
Yeah,
office?
please, madam, please, whenever warm welcome you to all the
Yeah,
participants,
sir.
not only you, all your
Yeah, yeah.
participants, more than 75 or 100, whatever. So please ask them to visit. Otherwise, if you have any questions, let it be clarified here. I will share my details to the Madam Samyukta, madam. So
Yes.
if anybody interested, please out the query
Sure, sir. Then
and
reach
ask
out
them
if
to
any,
write an
we
email.
receive any mails or like that also, we'll forward the same queries to you,
Sure,
sir.
sure. Thank you.
So that it can be addressed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Sir,
Thank you.
if there are no doubts, let me take the opportunity to give the vote of thanks for the session. Sir,
Yeah,
it's a
please, please.
great pleasure and it's an eye-opening session for all the participants. Those are all interested towards entrepreneurship, like what are all the opportunities given by MSME, that too rural education wise and the rural women and the technical side, everything, sir. These are all the just, we were also like listening to your session to know about all this. Like we doesn't know, we are not aware of like that. So like this, many may be the same in the session. Your session added a lot of value to this our FDP, sir. And now the faculties are also looking into entrepreneurship. Why? Because like we have the culture of building entrepreneurs in the campus. So thank you so much, sir, on behalf of the participants and the KG Asset We thank you, sir, for taking out your time and sharing your knowledge and humbly inviting everyone to your office, whoever in need of. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for patient listening. And if you have any queries, I will share my visiting card to madam. And madam, please post it in the group. If anybody interested, please ask them to visit our office. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, ma'am.
Have you joined?
Good evening, participants. Sir, as the speaker for the second session, Srinivas Cherla, sir, are you there, sir, in the meet? Yeah, we saw you, sir. Yes. Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir.
So I'll have Shantanu and my colleague Nagbabu as well join.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
I'll start changing.
Good evening, all the participants. Welcome you all for the second session of today's. Second session speaker, we have Srinivas Cherla, sir, Director of Sustainability Innovation, leader in green hydrogen and e-mobility. Srinivas Cherla is a dynamic professional with over 2 decades of experience in energy systems, sustainability, and innovation. Currently serving as the Director of Sustainability at the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. He specializes in fostering innovation ecosystems, driving institutional collaborations, and delivering transformative solutions in energy, green hydrogen, circular economy, and e-mobility. An alumnus of Texas A&M University, MS in Mechanical Engineering, and IIM Ahmedabad MBA. Srinivas has a proven track record in program management, product development, and strategic planning. His expertise includes creating green hydrogen policies, establishing centers of excellence, and monitoring startups in emerging energy technologies. And with this, we welcome you, sir, for this session. The session is handed over to you, sir. Just please go ahead, sir. Thank you.
I hope I'm audible and also hope that you're able to see my screen. Yeah,
Yes, sir. Audible. Just go ahead.
okay. And the presentation?
Yeah, sir. It's visible, sir. Screen is visible.
Just so it's showing up in full screen, right?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Samyukta ji, for giving me an opportunity to talk about a area that I'm still learning. There's always more and more learning coming up in this area. But nevertheless, of prime importance when we talk about sustainability and climate change, it cannot be done in isolation. It needs financing, and the onus of financing, while it is under debate, definitely is mostly in the hands of the developed nations, right? It's the burden of developed nations. So with that, I would just start off, talk a little bit about Research and Innovation Circle Hyderabad, what we do, and then maybe set the context. But with me, I have a subject matter expert in this area, Shantanu Srivastav, who comes from IEEFA. Shantanu, you can possibly introduce yourself as well.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Childra. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I lead the Sustainable Finance and Climate Risk initiatives at IFA, which is the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. We are a global energy finance think tank with presence in 34 markets globally, and we're a non-profit entity and headquartered in the US. I'm part of the South Asia team, where I lead the Sustainable Finance and Climate Risk research. The overall aim of our institute is to accelerate the transition to a more diverse and profitable energy economy in whichever jurisdiction that we operate. And in India, we do research on the policy, finance, technology aspects of the energy markets. That's our main sector of focus. But we've also lately started to cover the industrial decarbonization side of things, because that's also a very important piece of the overall decarbonization of the economy agenda. So I lead work, like I mentioned, on the financing of the transition. How do you ensure that more and more capital, like Dr. Srinivas was talking about, it's the burden of the rich nations, right, which essentially have to provide for the transition, financing for the transition of the developing parts of the world. So my job ensures, or rather entails, understanding how do you get this capital, primarily private capital, which is under no foundation from any regulations or international treaties to actually come and invest into emerging markets. So how do you create those ecosystem within developing nations like India to tap into more and more sustainable finance? So I'll talk about that a bit more as part of my presentation, but yeah, that's a bit about me.
Thank you, Shantanu. So just to talk a little bit about RICH, Research and Innovation Circle Hyderabad is a Telangana state initiative, and it's also supported by the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. We are established as a not-for-profit entity and an extension to the Telangana government. We as well are a think tank, and we primarily work in the areas of food and agriculture, life sciences, and sustainability. The mandate for our organization includes, of course, creating the innovation networks between the startups, industry, research, and academic institutions, working on policy frameworks in emerging areas like sustainability, climate change, green hydrogen, and other emerging areas, AI for smart cities, AI for healthcare, several other initiatives. But also looking at lighthouse projects, demonstration projects, which can set a blueprint or provide a blueprint for larger rollout projects within the state and pan-India. In the sustainability area, we work on multiple projects, but thematically, we focus on e-mobility, circularity, and energy. Of course, there's a lot of energy focus because we are working on energy transition projects, we are working on green hydrogen projects, we are working on energy storage system related aspects. So there are several projects that we are working on in this area. We also have a few projects ongoing in terms of a center of excellence on e-waste management and working on lake rejuvenation and solutions for water and waste management in vulnerable communities. With that, I'll go to the actual topic. which is revolving around financing energy transition and climate change. Yeah. So I would like to probably give a broader picture and a context of what's the climate landscape today. If you look at it, and this is not my research, this is research done by CPI, Climate Policy Initiative, which is a think tank, and publishes this state of climate finance reports annually. When we look at the climate finance flows and actually look at the sources of climate finance, we can see that currently we have about 1.27 trillion global climate finance that is being raised, which is roughly doubled from 2019-20 levels. So there's definitely a rise, but still there's a big gap as well, and we'll come to that. Okay, we need an estimated about 8.1 to 9 trillion through 2030, and the pace at which we are growing doesn't seem to be filling up the gap, but the gap is actually increasing. A third thing is that India has a significant role to play in this area as a emerging economy and a leader in climate action, right? When we look at the uses in the sectors where the fund is going, what we see is that about 91%, that is a major share, lion's share, is going to climate mitigation related activities, and a very little is going into adaptation. Therefore, you see a big shortfall in the adaptation. The requirement is 212 billion, whereas we still have only hit up to $63 billion annually. As for the sectors, energy, transport are the leading sectors where most of the investments are going, and rightfully so, because they have a major impact on emissions. But then there are other industries like buildings and infrastructure, which also need investments. Agriculture needs more investments as well. So we need to see more investments going into those areas as well. Okay. Here, this slide captures the gap between the funding that is being generated and where we need to be. And you can see that since the report was published in 23 and it captured data till 22, we can see there's already a gap of close to $3.5 trillion US that still needs to be met. And then this is only going to increase going forward, right? So there's a global shortfall. The investments need to increase by 5x. And while we the mitigation activities are getting the lion's share, we still need a significant amount of investments into the energy and transport sectors, right? And definitely the climate adaptation is much relevant to developing countries, and there the investment requirement is even, or the situation is even more precarious. In terms of India, the annual climate finance need is about 167 billion between 2016 and 30. And the key sources so far have just been from public sector, right? PSUs and central government budget allocations. Certainly NABARD and other institutions have made some kind of investments, and there have also been some policies around green bonds and investments coming in from foreign investors, which have recently been allowed, right? So Shantanu is going to talk a lot more about these policy instruments and finance instruments. I'm just touching up on the high level here. But still, there are a lot of challenges. There is high borrowing costs. Sometimes even in terms of the projects and the audit agencies, the cost for audit being very high. So all these come into the picture. Also, India heavily relies on public funds, while private funds have been flowing into sectors like renewable energy. A lot more private funding is needed into other areas. It could be greening of MSMEs, it could be water management, it could be several other areas where private funding is still not up to the mark. In terms of opportunities, there's a lot of policy interventions that have to be done, like promoting more green bonds, attracting more financial innovations like blended financing and various other kinds of instruments that are available. And also encouraging and incentivizing more and more private sector investments for greening and decarbonization related activities. So in short, I would conclude by saying that there's certainly an urgent need for scaling climate finances in India and globally. But also there's a lot of collaboration and support needed to increase the amount of private financing in not just solarization and energy or battery energy storage systems, but various other projects which have a large social impact. It could be in agriculture, it could be in water, it could be in several other areas where the private financing is still very sparse and not adequate. Okay. With that, I would kind of pass it on to Shantanu to maybe share his screen and talk a little in depth about sustainable financing and climate risk management activities. Yeah, please, Shantanu.
Thank you, Dr. Chindra.
I'll
just share
stop
my-
sharing.
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to go into full screen. Is it visible now?
Not yet, not the full screen.
There's always this problem. Give me a second. Okay, I think now it should be visible, the full screen.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So thank you so much. While I was listening to you, Dr. Chindra, I just added one more slide just to give some context in terms of where you left about the need for massive amounts of private capital to be invested into energy transition, right? And just to give you a context of how much capital that we're talking about, right? Okay. So this is estimates vary in terms of what is the total amount of capital that will be required for India to achieve its net zero target of 2070. And we have a net zero target of 2070, as you know, most of the people would know over here. But the most quoted number is somewhere around $10 trillion would be needed over the next couple of decades for India to be able to achieve its 2070 targets. Right, these are all investments that need to be made into several different sectors, including the decarbonization of the power sector, investments into the mobility sector, investments into the development of hydrogen ecosystem. Hydrogen essentially would, is one of the fuels or areas which is required for decarbonization of industry, which is, the second largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in in the country. So the scale of investments or the scale of capital that is required to finance the energy transition in India is massive, right? It's $10 trillion. That's close to more than 4 times India's current GDP, or a little bit, less than that. And this needs to be invested over the next roughly 4 decades, right? And if you see in terms of the investments, I think majority of the investments that you would also understand that majority of the investments in energy transition in India have actually come into the decarbonization of the power sector, right? And decarbonization of the power sector is essentially replacing thermal fossil fuel assets with renewable energy assets such as solar, wind, hydro, and all other pumped hydro, all the other supporting infrastructure. And till now, if you talk about the kind of investments that have come, we've invested somewhere around upwards of $100 billion till date from 2010 onwards till 2013, 2014, 2023, 2024, into the decarbonization of the energy sector and primarily the power sector. And till 2030, if we want to achieve our 500 gigawatt target that the government of India has set for itself, we need to invest at least $200 billion per year more just to achieve that target. So you can imagine the kind of investments that is required is massive. And what we've been able to achieve is, it's not even comparable to what is required. So I think it's actually good to have some context before we start understanding what the topic is all about and why we really need to care about it. Now, another thing that is related to understanding the quantum of finance is the quality of finance also, right? So finance is, while we talk about getting hundreds and billions of dollars from the developed markets, developing markets, and there have been reports which say that over the last year we've been able to achieve the $100 billion pledge that was signed by the rich countries to be transferred to the poor countries to finance their energy transition. But there is a nuance in that. The nuance is that all capital is not equal, right? So if I'm giving $100 billion in commercial debt, right? Debt capital or, loans in the form of loans, given at a very commercial rate, at a bank rate, then it would not really be able to finance a lot of assets beyond which those are already commercially viable, such as in India, these are grid scale renewable energy and primarily solar. But like Dr. Chandra said, adaptation finance, besides mitigation, is also a very big area which needs financing. And for those kind of financing, we need a lot of grant capital or soft loans or philanthropic capital, which can come invest and provide capital without any expectations of return generation, because a lot of adaptation investments that we're going to make, they're never going to generate any return, right? So commercial capital can never come and invest into them. And that is why it's very important to understand that within the energy transition scope of things, there are a lot of different assets and economic activities, some of which will eventually attain commercial viability, which means that there will be private capital from corporates, from banks, from global investors, which can come and invest in them without doing anything. And I think in India, the renewable energy sector actually achieved or has come at that particular level. But there will always be certain assets or economic activities such as financing, reskilling, upskilling, community resilience as part of just transition that we talk about. They are never going to generate returns, and they will eventually be funded and have to be funded through capital, which is non-recourse, such as grant capital, right? So this distinction, I think, is very important to understand. Now, the second thing is, when you specifically talk about capital, capital in very simple terms can also be divided into private capital and public capital, right? So public capital, when we talk about public capital, it's essentially the money that is coming from the budgets of the state government and the central government primarily, but also money that is coming from climate funds, from multilateral development banks like ADB, World Bank, all of these. Also some bilateral, transfers that come from rich nations such as the US, Canada, all of these as part of some climate negotiations that happen. But primarily, public funding for financing energy transition in a country like India is going to come from the budgets of the state and the central government. Now, in a country like India, where you have so many developmental priorities, right? Besides climate, you also have education, you have healthcare, you have sanitation, you have basic infrastructure. So many things that really need to be funded through public capital, that climate just becomes a very small portion of it, which is competing for a limited pot of public capital among all the other competing needs. And that is why it's estimated that to finance energy transition globally, we need upwards of 75% of private capital, right? So while public capital is required, but 3/4 of capital to finance energy transition across the board, across assets and economic activities, has to come from private capital, right? Now, when you talk about private capital, just breaking that down also into two parts, private capital can be domestic, it can be global, right? So when you talk about domestic private capital, I would like to give you one sort of indication of what is the quantum of capital that is available. So less than 20% of global financial assets are currently situated in developing nations like India, right? So 80% of total private financial wealth today is not in emerging markets, right? So which means that if we want to finance 75% of a particular country's India's energy transition through private capital, 80% of that financing has to come from offshore finances, right? Or investors and capital pools which are not within our own borders. And that is why it becomes extremely important to ensure that we are able to tap into global pools of ESG capital. And we'll talk about what ESG is in a lot more detail. But it becomes extremely important to be able to tap into those capital pools to be able to ensure that our energy transition process is not derailed due to the unavailability of finance in the first place. So that's the that's the context or the introduction I wanted to make before we actually jump into understanding what ESG is for sustainable finances. So I'll probably take around 45 minutes more to complete my presentation, but and we can take some questions after that. But if you think there is something which is not really clear or I'm just running too fast, please stop me over there and I can answer any question. I can probably clear any queries that are there, because a lot of these things are very clear in my mind, but they may not be clear to a person who's looking at this for the first time. Okay, and another thing, in terms of ESG/sustainable finance, my focus as part of this presentation is going to be on the corporate side of things, because the large corporates in India, and we've also done a study on that, large corporates in India will be responsible to finance majority of energy transition in the country, primarily on the mitigation side of things. And that is why it's essential that the capability of large corporates is increased, or the large corporates are able to tap into those capital pools that I was talking about to finance India's energy transition. Okay. Now, I always start with this slide about an excerpt from Mr. Larry Fink, who is the CEO of BlackRock. BlackRock, as you all might know, is the largest asset manager in the world. It manages assets of upwards of USD $10 trillion. And Mr. Larry Fink writes a letter to the CEO of the companies in which BlackRock has invested every year. And this is from the 2021 letter. And this is for the first time that Mr. Fink had mentioned about climate change and the need for companies to start understanding the risks and opportunities that arise from climate change for their particular operation, for their particular companies. And I'll just read the last line. You can read the entire thing later on. But the last line is, no issue ranks higher than climate change on our client's list of priorities. Now, I mean, one thing that we need to understand is that we can keep talking about climate change. We can keep talking about, the need for capital, the need for the rich countries to pay for poor countries, energy transition and all that. But until and unless global financial markets are convinced that climate risk is real until unless they understand that there is significant opportunities that arise from the energy transition that is going to pursue in economies across the world. We can keep talking in subsequent COPs and G20s and whatnot. It's not going to move the needle, right? So it's extremely important that global capital pools, which are essentially held by, players like investment managers, pension funds, insurance companies, right, which are inarguably the largest holders of financial wealth globally. Until unless they are convinced that it's important to finance climate, money is not going to move, right? And that is why this particular line, this excerpt that I'm showing you, is so important, because BlackRock is, like, being the largest asset manager across the world, is essentially the voice of all of these, large asset owners across the world, the pension funds and insurance companies. And because this particular letter is going to the CEO of all the companies in which they've invested in India, also BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, the large asset manager across the world, have invested a lot in Indian equity markets also, and Indian debt markets also. So when this particular person tells you that climate change is not just a good to have thing for us, it is a very important metric with which we will be measuring you and your performance going forward. Each and every CEO, CXO across boardrooms across the world has to take this into consideration and has to ensure that they know what the ESG profile of their companies is and how do they ensure that they improve on their ESG profile going forward. Right. So, long point short, globally, the financial markets are also backing financing energy transition across the world. Now, I will use ESG and sustainable finance interchangeably, but these are essentially the same thing for all practical purposes. ESG is a much broader term, which includes green finance, it includes climate finance, it includes social finance, sustainability related bonds, and everything. We'll talk more about the instruments, but ESG is more like an umbrella term, and within that you have all of these different types of financing. But ESG itself is, if you try to understand what is the roots of ESG. ESG is a investment market term, right? It's essentially a style of investing, right? And now it's being used to talk about everything and anything that is related to sustainability and financing climate change, gender, social sector initiatives, all of these things. But essentially, it's a investing style. And I'll just take you through what the origins of this particular investment style has been. So this started somewhere in the 1920s with something known as sustainable, socially responsible investing, or SRI. It's still an investing style that is followed by a very niche set of investors globally. But SRI said that there was a bunch of investors in the 1920s that said that we only want to invest in assets and economic activities which align with our ethical and religious beliefs. So we will not invest into tobacco, we will not invest into casinos, we will not invest into arms and ammunition companies, all of these things. So, an investment product by the name of SRI came into being. Right. In 1930s, in the aftermath of the Great Depression of the 1929, we had another investment style known as responsible investing, or RI. Where, because there was a global financial crisis that happened, investors said, we only want to invest in companies which have strong corporate governance, right? Where governance mechanisms are strong so as to ensure that no wrongdoing happens by the management or the board with our money. So that's RI. In 1990s, when the first IPCC report came, a lot of investors became concerned about the impact that their investments are having. And that is when they said that we only want to invest in companies which are sustainable, right, in their operation. That is saying that their impact on the environment is not adverse, right? And that's where the SI sort of investing style came into being. In 2000s, specifically in 2006, ESG came into being when Mr. Kofi Annan, who was the then UN Secretary General, he brought together some of the largest institutional investors in the world, and we'll talk about what these institutional investors are. But he brought together all of these, and they signed something known as the UNPRI, or United Nations Principles for Responsible Investing, which said that in all our investment, investing, insurance, and lending decision-making process, we'll include ESG metrics. And that's for the first time that ESG was enshrined into the sort of the underwriting of investments across the world. And one thing that really differentiates, so if you see ESG is a combination of all SRI, RI, and SI, right? It has E from SI, S from SRI, and G from RI, right? But what really differentiate ESG investing from all the other forms of responsible or sustainable investing is that in ESG investing, an investor not just concerned about investing as per their beliefs and as per their ethics, they're also concerned about the returns that the investment will generate. And that is why it's extremely important that end of the day, all of this money is private capital, and private capital invests to generate returns. And until unless there is return that is being generated, these schemes like SRI, RI, and SI will only be fringe investment schemes, right? And that is why ESG is still breathing. It's actually increasing. We'll see in a graph later on, and it is growing by leaps and bounds across the world. So that's a brief about what exactly is ESG and where from where its beginnings happen. Now, for an organization, the classic definition of an organization given by Mr. Milton Friedman in the 1970s was that the only purpose of an organization, a company, is to generate profits, right? That is why an organization exists. There is only one stakeholder that you are concerned about, that is your investor, and you make money for them. That's the sole purpose that you have. But because of the advent of ESG, and in a later side, we'll see that since 2020, the amount of ESG investments have been increasing by leaps and bounds. But because of the advent of ESG, this classic definition of the purpose of an organization is shifting from shareholder value generation to stakeholder value generation. And when I talk about stakeholder value generation, it means that the organization today is expected to not just, take into consideration the requirements of its one stakeholder, that is investor, but also the needs and the considerations of all the other stakeholders that it interacts with, and also understand what impact do these stakeholders have on its own operations. And this is the concept of double materiality, which is at the core of ESG, where it says that an organization through its operation impacts different stakeholders, but all these different stakeholders also impact the organization through their actions. Right. Now, if you try to understand what exactly is ESG, a breakdown of that would show you that there are at least 1,000 plus metrics that could be clubbed within the ESG metrics of ESG, or brackets of ESG. But I would say 2/3 of the focus of ESG is on one single metric, that is climate change and carbon emissions. And this is essentially the metric which is driving ESG investing and ESG as a concept forward across the world. But within all of these, within E also, you see there is water scarcity, biodiversity, deforestation. Within social, that you have, how do you manage the relationships with all of your different stakeholders as an organization, your employee engagement, customer satisfaction, labor relations, geopolitics, how well do you manage your supply chains, all of these things. Within governance, you have board diversity, management domination, all of these things. But again, the main focus towards the wider adoption of ESG is climate change and carbon emissions. Now, just to give you an example of how ESG can be a source of risk and an opportunity for a particular organization. I'll take an example from the power sector. So as you all would know that in India and across the globe also, renewable energy assets are becoming at least as competitive as fossil fuel power generating assets. In India, that's the thermal power generating assets. And because of which, what is happening is that as part of, let's say there is an NTPC. That NTPC has 60 gigawatts of thermal power plants on its books, right, as an asset. And it has some 5 to 6 gigawatts of renewable energy. Now, this 60 gigawatt of asset which is sitting on its books and which is reported on a yearly basis as part of its financial reporting, it has to be tested for impairment, which means that every year there are certain assumptions which are taken which determine what is the useful life of this 60 gigawatts of thermal power plants that are sitting on my books, right? And which decides, what is going to be the value of those assets that are entered into the balance sheet of my company, right? Now, because of the advent of renewable energy, because renewable energy is making inroads into India's power sector, the useful life of these assets is actually decreasing. right? So there is a lot of impairment that is the companies are still not taking, but they will eventually take on their books, which is going to decrease the value of these thermal power plants that are sitting on the books of companies like NTPC, Tata Power, Adani Power, all of these large TPP generators, and which is essentially a direct impact of climate change, right? Or a direct risk of climate change that is being faced by utility companies. Similarly, power generating company, thermal power plant operators in India are required by the Ministry of Power to install something known as a flue gas desulfurization plant or FGD plant, which is an additional capital expenditure that they have to incur for each and every. So NTPC has to do that for the entire 60 gigawatt of capacity that it has. Now, because power is a commodity business, right? I mean, power that you generate through RE or through TPPs, it's the same. It's electrons. Because it's a commodity business, these companies are actually competing on the basis of cost structures. If there is an additional capital expenditure like an FGD installation that is going to happen through through a particular regulation, that is going to make thermal power uncompetitive in the market, right? And that's again a direct climate transition risk that is happening on the books of power sector companies. And then you can see this risk for all other sectors. You can see that for the textile sector, you can see that for the industrial decarbonization, for the steel sector. In the steel sector, there is something known as the CBAM or the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is imposed in the EU, which means that every steel company based out of India, which is supplying to the EU, will have to necessarily pay a carbon tax if they're not able to reduce the carbon emission of their operations to a certain limit, right? So there is very significant and real risk that companies across the world have to face because of climate change, right? And this is transition risk, but there is a lot of physical risk. Obviously, we all know what is the physical impact of climate change. We see it around us. We saw it happening in Pakistan, Nepal, in the eastern part of our country with the floods and everything. So that's happening, but there is an implicit, or rather a very large transition risk that is also happening, which is going to make fossil fuel heavy businesses uncompetitive. And that is essentially why it's very important for companies to start taking into consideration their ESG profile and starting to improving them. This is a graph of the UNPRI that I talked about in the earlier slide, which was started in 2006. Currently, this is a dated graph, but currently the assets under management are upwards of $140 trillion. I think that's more than 80% of the global financial wealth. I don't have the exact numbers, but that's somewhere around that. And it has more than 4,000 largest institutional investors as their members. So you can see the momentum towards ESG investing increasing day by day. Right. Now, the one question that that we need to really understand is that, and I said that, post 2020, this push towards ESG is increasing, right? And so the natural question is, why only 2020? Because the first IPCC report came in the 1990s, I think 1997, and we've known about climate change and its effects since that time. But why only 2020 was the tipping point towards greater ESG investments? And the answer is the COVID pandemic. So, if you've read about financial meltdowns across the world, that have happened in the past. So we saw 2008, the global housing crisis that happened in the US, and that created financial market meltdown across the globe. The dot-com boom happened in 2000. The Asian crisis happened in 1990s, 1997 to 1999. There was a oil crisis in the 70s. There was 1929 great financial crisis that happened. All of these crises have happened in the past. There is one common thing in them. The common thing was that all of them at their core had lax corporate governance practices, right? So something started within the financial markets, created having within the markets, and then dominoed into the real markets, right? That is the physical world. With COVID-19, it was the first time that something came from the physical world, right? From one remote part of the world, one location in China, and spread across the world in the physical world and created havoc in the financial world. Nowhere in the history of the world has it ever happened before the COVID pandemic that some financial meltdown has happened because of something that has not come out of the financial world itself. And that is why, the investor community started considering the physical world impacts on the financial world more seriously. And they understood that, if something like a coronavirus can create such a major havoc to the financial markets, what could be the impacts, the physical impacts of climate change on our investments, on the financial markets. And that is where there is much more focus and thrust towards wider adoption of ESG investment practices within financial markets, and especially institutional investors globally. Now, I said institutional investors. Now, what exactly is this? Are these institutional investors? Institutional investors are essentially the largest asset owners across the world. So these are pension funds, these are insurance companies, especially life insurance companies. These are foundations, these are banks. So all of these different sort of large asset owners. Among these, pension funds and life insurance companies are the largest. They hold close to 45 to 50% of the total global financial wealth. So among the institutional investors also, these two are the largest asset owners. Now, if you try to understand the business of a pension fund or an insurance or life insurance company, it's essentially that you have a liability which is going to be incurred 20, 30, 40 years down the line, right? Which is, for a pension fund, it's the pension that you have to provide to employees, and for an insurance company, life insurance company, a certain pool of money that you have to provide once the deceased, when the policy holder is deceased, right? So there is a long-term liability, right, which is going to come in the next 30, 40 years, and to match that liability, you have to start investing today, right? So and we also know that climate change is a long-term thing, right? Any IPCC report would tell you that climate change is going to happen in the next 30, 40 years. The worst effects of climate change, physical effects of climate change, are going to come in the next 30, 40 years. So for an investor like a pension fund and insurance companies, this becomes an extremely important risk, which is currently maybe not being faced right now directly, but in the future, it is going to be extremely important risk to take care of. And that is why they want to ensure that whatever investments that they're making, to match the liability that is going to come in the next 30, 40 years, it is safe, at least safe from climate risk. And that is why there is so much push from these two large asset owners for incorporation of ESG investment practices. I hope that one was clear. Because of this, what is happening is that now, for an investor, how do you understand, what is the climate risk in a particular investment? That is through disclosure, right? If you are going to invest in a company, you need the company to disclose that, this is the particular risk, material risk for us as a business, and this is what we are doing for it, right? Very basic thing. This also happens in financial reporting, that this is what our operations are, and this is what we've generated in revenues, and this is what our profits are. Similarly, in sustainability reporting, these are the climate risks that we will face or we are facing, and this is what we're doing for them, and this is what the performance has been, right? So that is why, because there is a greater need for these disclosures, there is also mandatory sustainability reporting regimes or regulations that are coming up across the world. So in India, we have the BRSR, the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting Regime, which mandates the top 1,000 companies listed on India's exchange to report on their sustainability ESG metrics, ESG profile across 140 plus metrics, right? So this is again because you need information as an investor to judge, what is the climate risk and how the companies manage that, right? So you can see all of these different jurisdictions across the world are coming up with or have already come up with sustainability reporting requirements, right? Now I've already talked about this a bit. What are the benefits for a company to have positive ESG profile? One obviously is to capitalize on a growing pool of ESG aligned capital, and we'll talk about that in another graph. But the current assets under management of ESG is I think somewhere around $8 trillion today, and it's growing rapidly across the world. So one very big incentive for any company to have a good ESG profile is to be able to tap into that ESG pool of capital that's available globally. Second thing is positive reinforcement on a company's share price. We look at this. So yeah, if you see this particular slide, I've taken 4 companies. Two are Indian, 2 are global. Coal India Limited, NTPC Limited are Indian companies, and Ørsted and Royal Dutch Shell both are utility companies based out of, one Ørsted is utility company, Royal Dutch Shell is an oil and gas company. So if you see post 2020, what has happened, right? if you see this, and it's a rated graph again, the graph has actually moved much more. Somewhere around in 2020, NTPC said that we are going to, add 60 gigawatts of renewable energy over the next couple of decades. Over the next couple of years, as part of our portfolio, and just that messaging, was so positive for investors that the share price started increasing, and it's actually gone much more than that. This is, I think, till the end of 2022. At the same time, post 2020 or somewhere near 2020, you see that, the share price of Coal India is actually decreasing. And if you see the profitability, if you see the revenue growth of Coal India, that's steady. There is no fall, or there is no loss of revenue or, sales that is happening of Coal India. It's actually increasing. But because there is so much climate risk that is there while investing in a Coal India, the share price of this particular company is actually decreasing. The similar story you can see in Ørsted. Ørsted used to be the largest oil and gas, one of the largest oil and gas companies based out of Europe. In 2012, 2013, they massively transformed their business model, and now it is one of the largest offshore wind companies in the world. And you can see how, shareholders have actually rewarded Ørsted's share price. And again, the profitability and revenues, right? In the short term, they have not really been very different from their oil and gas business, but it's the long-term risk, the mitigation that the investors are looking at, and that is why, the share price is actually moving. Similarly, Royal Dutch Shell did not have a proper, transition plan away from fossil fuels, and you can see that, shareholders actually, dumped the share price of share of Royal Dutch Shell. So this is an exact indication of having a good ESG profile can translate into better share prices, and, sort of having a positive reinforcement of the company's share price in the short term. There's a lot of pressure from supply chain partners. We know about, a lot of companies such as H&M, Zara, all of these, which are supply chains in countries like India, and which are pushing their supply chain partners to, have, have energy efficiency practices incorporated, install more renewable energy, rooftop solar plants, all of these things to reduce their carbon emissions, right? Similarly, you have regulatory environment. I've talked about the carbon markets that are coming in India, which is going to push, companies in sectors like oil and gas, cement, steel to decarbonize their operations. Then you also have reputational benefits and lower cost of capital. So reputational benefits, I think the very good example is Adani's coal project in Queensland, which was supposed to be one of the largest coal mining projects in the world, and I think now it's just 1/10 of its size. Firstly, because there was a lot of backlash from the local community, but secondly, also because this particular project has did not get any funding from Australian lenders. It did not get any insurance backing from Australian insurers, and the only lender that is backing this project today is State Bank of India, right? So there is always a lot of reputational benefits. So the investors, the insurance companies and the lenders in Australia are not backing this project because there is a lot of reputational benefit, reputational tarnishment that would happen by aligning with this particular project, right? And there's obviously lower cost of capital or capital expenditure, which means that and this is more prominent in countries in the EU, where if you go and ask for a bank for, setting up a renewable energy plant, the cost of capital will be lower compared to a thermal power plant. And a lot of, financial institutions in the EU are not even going to provide you capital for setting up a thermal power plant. So these are some of the benefits for companies to have a good ESG profile. Right. Now we come to the main thing. What is ESG investing? So ESG investing, like I mentioned, is an umbrella term. There are several different forms of ESG investing. You could have just investments into E part of it, or the S part of it, or E plus S part of it. Governance is always like a cherry on the top. Whatever sort of E plus S investments that you have, governance will always be a part of that. Now, I talked about 2020, so you can't see the timeline, but this is 2020, 365, 5 and 4. From 2020 to 2021, you can see that, the issuances of ESG debt have more than doubled, right? And this is because, the COVID pandemic and investors realizing, why this is actually important, right? And you could have investments into debt, you can have investment into equity, but like, normal financial markets also, the debt markets are much bigger, right? And that is why somewhere around $1.5 trillion worth of ESG debt was issued just last year across the world, right? And there are several different types of instruments. Dr. Taylor talked about green bonds. So green bonds in India and across the world are the largest. Green bonds and loans are the largest asset class in the ESG financing scheme of things. But you also have sustainability linked bonds and loans. You have transition bonds and loans. You have sustainability loans. You have social loans and bonds. So all of these. So depending on a particular investor's need, they can take an exposure to a particular form of sustainable finance instrument, right? And because, like I mentioned, the wider thrust towards wider adoption of ESG investing is climate change. That is why you see green bonds and loans and sustainability linked bonds and loans being the largest asset class over here. In India also, again, this is a dated figure. In India, till date, we have issued Indian companies and entities, including India's sovereign green bond. We have issued somewhere around $82 billion worth of ESG debt across green bonds and loans, social bonds, sustainability linked bonds, and all of these. But like I mentioned, just last year across the world, issuances were $1.5 trillion, right? In India, in the last 14-15 years, there's just been able to do $82 billion. So, I mean, there's a lot of scope for us to tap into these markets and finance our energy transition. So these are some of the issuances of green bonds and sustainability linked bonds. Now, within the sustainable finance market, there are two sort of key types of instruments. One is the green bonds and loan, and the other ones are and green bonds and loans are known as use of proceed instruments, and the other is sustainability linked instruments, right? So use of proceed and sustainability linked. Now, use of proceed instruments are those where when you issue these instruments, you have to pre-specify that what are the specific assets and economic activities in which I am going to use the proceeds of this bond in, right? So these have to, there is a green bond framework which goes to a particular investor, which lists down, okay, these are the 5 categories like renewable energy, energy efficiency, pollution control, green buildings, electric vehicles, electrification or rail network, all of these. These are the only categories of investments in which I can use this money for. I cannot use it for anything else. Second thing is, for a use of proceed instrument, the repayment of the bonds or the loans will also have to happen from the cash flows that come from these investments. So if let's say green bond invests or green loan invests into renewable energy plant, the repayment of that loan will also have to come from that green bond. The reason is that for ESG investors, it's very important to ensure that the money that they're investing is actually being invested into green assets and not non-green assets, right? And that is why they also give focus on ensuring that the cash flows that are coming back to them are also from green assets, right? So these are green bonds. Now, if you see over here, green bonds have been issued primarily by power sector companies, right? Utilities, power generation. Other is SBI, but SBI has also issued green bonds to then provide or lend for renewable energy companies. So almost 100% of the green bonds issued in India have been used for renewable energy. But you see over here, there is another instrument, sustainability linked bond. So you have one steel company, you have one cement company, you have a distribution company, right? And there are chemical companies also, there is pharma company also, which have issued sustainability linked bonds. So point over here is that while green bonds are very well suited for decarbonization of the power sector, right, which is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions across the world and also in India, there is also a large amount of emissions that come from the industrial sector, the oil and gas, the cement, steel, all of these, right? And you need some financing instrument to also cater to the financing needs of this sector, and that is where sustainability linked bonds come into play, right? Which are essentially saying that you can raise money through an SLB and you can use it for any general corporate purpose, right? You can use it for financing R&D, you can use it for repayment or existing debt, you can also use it for increasing the salary of your employees and your management. But the only caveat is that we the investors of SLB want to ensure that over the duration of that bond or that loan, if it's a 10-year loan, you have to reduce your emissions by X%. For example, you have to reduce your scope 1 and scope 2 emissions by 30% in the next 5 years, right? So there is this caveat that is attached to issuance of sustainability linked bonds, right? And if you're not able to do that, there is a certain increase in the interest rate that you pay to us, right? So there is a penalty that is implied on that, right? Now, why is sustainability linked bond very well suited for industrial companies? The reason is For the power sector, we know, and I talked about this at the start itself, that the power sector companies, renewable energy is a commercially viable, economically feasible asset today, right? And that is why there is a lot of private capital that comes over here. But for industrial decarbonization, for decarbonizing steel companies, for decarbonizing cement companies, the technology is still at a very nascent stage of development. So there is a lot of capital that needs to be invested into R&D demonstration projects, understanding how do you integrate decarbonization solutions as part of particular facilities and particular plants, because this is a very context specific sort of a requirement. Sustainability or decarbonization within cement company or steel companies, it's very, very context specific, and that is why there is a lot of R&D and demonstration that needs to be done. That is why you need capital which which can be invested into anything, which is essentially not cash generating right now. And sustainability linked bonds give you that flexibility to invest into anything till the time you are able to reduce the overall carbon emissions from your organization. That's the difference between SLB and green bonds, and what is their particular uses. These are all the sectors which have issued green bonds, but again, all of this has been used for financing renewable energy. This is a case study of Adani Green, which is one of the largest issuers of green bond across the world. And I won't go into the details of this, but there is this organization, the International Capital Market Association, ICMA, which gives the best standards for issuance of sustainable debt, including green bonds. And for an investor, if you are aligned with the requirements of the ICMA, which are 5 key requirements, then there will be better interest in that particular issuance, in that particular bond, right? And what are these 5 requirements? First of all, as part of any green bond issuance, you have to ensure that you provide the use of proceeds, the categories that I was talking about, right? What specific categories you can invest in. Very important for any investor. Second is evaluation. How do you ensure within that particular category, if it's renewable energy, which particular project will be financed, right? What is that screening process? So a lot of company, Adani Green had a ESG framework in place, which was part of the issuance document. It is also available on the website. You can go and check that, which shows for every category what is the screening process that we use to arrive at the project that is going to be financed. So that evaluation selection criteria is very important to investors. Management of proceeds. If you have, let's say, $1 billion that you've raised, not all of that will be used in one go for financing renewable energy. So how will it be used? The rest portion of, let's say, just 200 million is used. The rest 800 million has to be invested primarily into assets or investments, short-term investments, which do not invest into fossil fuel companies, right? So they also want to ensure that the residual amount is not kept into assets which are investing into anything which is carbon emitting, right? Secondly, like I mentioned, green bonds also have to ensure that there is the proceeds are not used for anything else. There is an escrow account that is maintained, and then that escrow account also has to be you have to mention that this is going to be the account in which the proceeds are going to be there, and they're only going to be used for financing projects which have gone through that evaluation and selection process. Then you're reporting, most important thing, reporting for an investor. What have you invested in as part of the proceeds in the past year? What is the carbon mitigation benefit that you have accrued? What is your plan for the next year? All of these things have to be reported. Then the next important thing, external verification. So every issuance of a green bond, a green loan for an investor, because it's a very new thing, they want that there is a third party, accredited third party, which goes and tells them, okay, this is a robust issuance document before the issuance process, and after the issuance, they go and audit the actual use of proceeds and tell them, okay, the company is actually doing what it is saying as part of the issuance framework, right? So external verification also becomes very important. And this is something about the industrial decarbonization side of things. Like I mentioned, 84% or 85% of the emissions in industrial companies are hard to abate, right? Which means that they cannot be directly reduced by replacing conventional energy with renewable energy. Right? And that is why you need process level modification. And that is why you need a lot of R&D to happen. You need a lot of plant specific R&D to happen, right? And that's where it becomes important to issue instruments like sustainability linked bonds. And this is a bit about, we already talked about this. This is a case study of JSW Steel SLB framework, similar to green bonds. As for sustainability linked bonds, also the ICMA, the International Capital Market Association, provides the best standards for issuance of an SLB. Over here, like I mentioned, you have to ensure you provide as a company the key performance indicators. So JSW Steel was the first steel company across the world to issue an SLB, right? So the KPI for them was they will be reduced. The KPI that they track is ton CO2 per ton of crude steel produced. CO2 per TCS or scope 1 and scope 2, right? That is the metric that they're tracking. What is the target? The target is that they will reduce their scope 1 scope 2 emissions by 23% from a 2020 baseline by 2030. So this was issued in 2021. So they said in the next 10 years, we will reduce our scope 1 scope 2 emission by 23%. It is aligned with global decarbonization project trajectory of the steel sector, which is given by the IEA. It is also aligned with the World Steel Association guidelines, right? So it's benchmarked to the best standards and it's ambitious. This has to be provided as per ICMA. Bond characters, if I'm not able to do this, there will be a 37.5 basis point increase or step up in the interest or the coupon that I'm paying on the bond, right? Very important for investor. What is the penalty that will be there? Reporting, like we talked about as part of green bonds, external verification, like we talked about green bonds. So these are again 5 key pieces of information that is required by investor for investing into a sustainability linked bond, right? And then we talked about bonds, we talked about debt, but equity is also very important. So what is the difference between equity and debt? Debt is a fixed flow of or cash flow of income, right? So it's not risky that way, but equity is known as risk capital, right? The upside is unlimited, downside is unlimited, right? And that is why equity is known as risk capital. Now, in 2010, 2012, if you had followed the market, when solar energy or renewable energy was just starting in India, there was not a lot of banks that were ready to finance this technology, right? Banks were very reluctant to finance renewable energy because, first of all, the technology was very new. Secondly, they did not understand this technology. Thirdly, there was no credit history of financing such assets in the past, so they did not know what is the repayment trajectory, right? And for them, it did not really make sense to go out of their comfort zone and invest into something which they did not understand. And that is why, a lot of global investors, such as Goldman Sachs, CPPIB, GIC, large institutional investors across the world came and provided equity to clean energy companies like Renew, Azure, Greenko. Greenko is based out of Hyderabad, one of the largest clean energy companies in the country. All of them got investments from large institutional investment in the form of equity, which is risk capital, to come and set up their capacities. Right now, renewable energy is a very established asset class. You can get up to 80% of debt also for financing renewable energy. But at that point in time, it was very important to have equity or risk capital as an investment, right? This was renewable energy. Now, industrial decarbonization is today at the same place where renewable energy was there in 2010, 2012. That means that besides that, through instruments such as sustainability linked bonds, you need a lot of equity capital or risk capital also to be invested into these assets in oil and gas sector, in steel sector, cement sector, all industrial decarbonization assets. And that is why it becomes essential to again tap into global sustainable finance assets or investors to get that equity or risk capital to scale up capacities for industrial decarbonization technologies such as green hydrogen, CCUS, all of these, and to make them commercially viable. Right? And that's where the role of equity comes into play. This, I think we've already seen this particular slide. I'll just take 5 more minutes and then I'm done, and then probably we can take if there are any questions. So I talked about disclosures, right? That why disclosures are so important for investors, because they want to understand what is the risk for a particular company, what is the company doing, what is the performance on doing that particular thing. Now, what has happened is that a lot of companies in India, right, and India has a net zero target of 2070, and a lot of Indian companies also have net zero targets for 2050, 2060, all of that. But as you can understand, these are very, very long-term targets. Now, corporate financial planning cycles are at most 3 to or budgeting cycles are at most 3 to 5 years long, right? If you see any financial reporting, companies will only provide you forward-looking statements for the next 3 years at max. But here you're talking about achieving something which is going to happen in the next 20, 30 years, right? So how can a particular investor trust, in a particular company's claim? Because neither the CEO nor the workforce nor even the business model may be the same, when you reach 2060 or 2050, when the particular company is claiming to achieve net zero. So it becomes very important to ensure that companies have a detailed transition plan or a transition roadmap in place, which is disclosed, where they tell the investors and their stakeholders that, see, the short, while this is a net zero target that I have for, let's say, 2050, but in the next 5 years, these are the key transition levers for me. This is where I will be investing my capital into. This is the kind of emission reduction that I'll be doing in the next 5 years. Then in the next 10 years, this is what my focus is going to be. For example, maybe R&D into new decarbonization technologies. And this is, how much carbon emissions, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, I will reduce in the next 10 years. And this is how I'm going to achieve my long-term target of 2050. So a breakdown of actions, metrics, and targets, along with governance mechanisms of how companies will achieve their long-term target, is what the sustainability reporting requirements are moving towards globally. So these are known as transition plans or corporate climate transition plans, and all the other sustainability reporting requirements across the globe are moving towards that. Right. And just to explain to you, this is what a transition plan structure would look like, where at the center you have a long-term vision, which is the net zero. Along with that, you also have an implementation strategy, right? Short, medium, long-term actions based on identified levers across all aspects of the business. These transition levers are saying, I will invest into renewable energy. I will make my process more energy efficient. I will reduce the emissions of my supply chain, my scope 3 emissions. I will put R&D into green hydrogen, battery storage, CCUS. I will, let's say, use more and more EVs as part of my internal transport uses. All of these things, whatever transition levers are important to reduce emissions, all of them have to be listed as part of the implementation strategy. Metrics and targets for all the transition levers. For example, for renewable energy, you need a metric. What is that metric? Megawatt installed. What is the target? Next 5 years, 50% of my energy use going to come from renewable energy. In the next 15 years, 75%. So that metrics, targets, and short, medium term trajectory that has to be given. Engagement strategy. How will I engage with my different stakeholders? How will I engage with my supply chain partners? How will I engage with my workers? How will I engage with my customers? Right? All of that has to be told and detailed out in a transition plan. And lastly, governance. The board members and the key management personnel within an organization have to be held accountable for ensuring that the whatever you have planned as part of the transition plan, that is actually being achieved. So part of governance is also linking executive pay or incentives with the achievement of targets of a transition plan. Right. So this is what a transition plan would look like for a corporate, and this is where sustainability disclosures are currently moving across the world. And I think I've just completed this below 1 hour, and that's it from my end. Thank you so much. I know I was a bit fast, but happy to take any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Wait for the participants. Like if they have any doubts, they'll reach out. We'll wait for a few seconds and then we'll get back, sir.
Participants, if you have any questions, please raise your questions. You can unmute and you can ask questions.
Samyukta?
Queries, let me take the opportunity to thank our today's speakers, Srinivas sir, as well as Shantanu sir, has taken out time for sharing their knowledge to all the participants and regarding the sustainability and what are the finance regarding the financing of energy transition and the climate change, as well as finance of energy equity through CSG investing. There's a lot of, it's a big interesting topic, sir, and it is a lengthy as well. In order to, like, we need to listen again one more time, so that we'll come to know in depth of again what all both of you have shared with us. Thank you so much, sir. Again, we request the participants, if you have any queries, please raise your queries so that speakers can address your queries.
Yeah, what would also be very important, Samyukta ji, is if you have any feedback on how, for instance, this topic could be made more relevant to the audience, do feel free to communicate. As Shantanu had said earlier itself, most of these topics are close to his area of work, and he's able to very easily relate. Whereas some of them may be quite overwhelming for someone who's looking at it for the first time, right? So if
Yes.
there's any feedback of that sort also, feel free to communicate, so we make it more relevant for the audience and participants.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. Sir, all the participants, I'm requesting, please turn on your videos so that we'll take a screenshots with our resource persons. And meanwhile, if you have any questions, please unmute yourself and you can ask. Actually, it's very interesting, sir. Financially, most of the faculties are not involved in that, but we
Yeah.
came to know a lot of things.
I can share this slide deck also. I think you can go through, and later on also if there are any queries, I'm happy to, you know.
Sure,
Yes.
sir.
Please do that, Shantanu. So, Shantanu, personally, just I wanted to understand, in terms of climate financing, now you did indicate that a lot of private financing is usually into bankable, investable projects and that nature. And only ESG financing, possibly in some way or form through CSR and other things, is coming into the adaptation space. That's one of the things that I kind of inferred from your presentation. But how do we otherwise finance the social projects? What are the other ways in which we can look at financing these projects?
So, so like I mentioned, you know, these social projects, a lot of these social projects which will never generate any returns, they have primarily to be invested or financed through public capital. So state has to own that investment, or the central government through some certain scheme, or there is some philanthropic capital which comes and invest into them, or there are ADB and the World Bank, AIIB, all of these provide some capital. That is essentially through which these investments are supposed to come, because private capital, they will never invest into social initiatives which are not going to generate. So CSR is also just 2%, right?
Mhm.
And that is also, it's on the particular corporate to decide what they want to invest. So it really cannot be very targeted, right? So
Okay.
it's essentially public capital, public finances.
Okay.
Shantanu, I have one question.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm more into this sustainability. So I want to do some certification on ESG.
Yeah.
So which I can use it for my career, or I want to earn something from that certificate. So is there any certifications like that?
So there is one certification by the CFA Society.
CFA.
Yeah, CFA Society, which is it's a global accreditation, and that is like the most recognized certification when it comes to ESG.
Okay.
Right. And it's not going to just talk about ESG, it's also going to talk about, financing of energy transition in general. Right, and ESG is just one part of it. Then there are other certifications also. There is GARP, GARP, which is SCR, GARP SCR, which specifically focuses on climate risk. Right? How do you understand climate risk for different organizations, for different entities? How does climate risk look like a state, for the nation, for a company, for an individual, all of these things, right? So from the risk side of things, SCR is a very good certification that you can do. And these are recognized, globally
SCR.
recognized certifications.
Okay. Is there any qualification is required for this, or anyone can do?
No, any
So-
graduate can do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, okay.
Any participants who have any questions? After the session also, feel free to reach out us. So if you have any questions, we'll reach out to resource persons. Thank you, Srinivas sir and Shantanu sir. In
Thank
your
you.
busy schedule, you accepted my invitation and presented this evening time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shantanu, once again for from my side personally for accepting the invite on a short notice and taking time out to deliver this talk. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Arshil. Happy to be here.
Yeah,
Right. Thank you.
bye.
Dear participants, we have shared attendance and feedback links for second session. Please fill out that, and we are waiting for the next resource person. Meanwhile, as I instructed in the next last,
Is not given.
maybe you have joined
Madam,
right
attend-
now, sir, or before?
Madam, session 1, session 2 attendance link not given. madam.
We are already posted, sir. Maybe you have joined late. I will post again. Don't worry.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
One second, we are posting the links. Now we have posted the link. Please check
Okay.
and fill the form.
Okay.
And also inform to others, be ready with the video. We'll share final overall feedback link and session 3 attendance and feedback link. After valedictory, we are going to give examination link. And examination
Okay.
link will be open for only for 30 minutes. So make sure to complete within the 30 minutes of time.
Okay.
Hmm?
Dear participant, just check once all have received that feedback link and attendance link. Yeah,
Session one not.
for both session 1 and session 2, you have received, I hope. If anyone is missed out, just let us know.
Session. Session one. Session one.
Good evening, participants. Within 5 to 10 minutes, session 3 speaker will be joining. Please bear with us. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Good evening, dear participants. Before the next speaker joins, I request faculty can, or the participants can give the feedback till now the sessions what were conducted and the overall conducting of this feedback. Just give your positive feedback or any improvements to be done so that we'll take care and see that in the next way, what are the programs are going to connect, we'll take what. Yeah, participants, you can unmute. I think the next speaker came, I think. Yeah. Sohail Kansar is the next speaker. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, sir. Give me a minute.
Please let me know when I can start.
Yeah. 2 minutes, sir. Just
Yeah,
2
sure.
minutes.
Good evening, dear participants. I'm Dr. Uday from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Mr. Sohail Khan is a dynamic professional with expertise in grassroots innovation, rural entrepreneurship, and public policy. Currently leading the grassroots innovation vertical at the Telangana Innovation Cell. He focuses on fostering rural development and livelihood generation through impactful programs. With a background in civil engineering and certifications in public policy from IIM Udaipur, Sohail has served as a Mahatma Gandhi National Fellow under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, where he advised the district administration of Peddapalli, Telangana on skill employment and livelihood initiatives. His experience include mentoring startups, tutoring for competitive exams, and working on urban planning and development projects. Sohail is passionate about leveraging innovation and design thinking to create sustainable development solutions. Sir, we welcome you for this session 3 of this student. Please go ahead, sir, with the session. Thank you.
Yes, please. Am I audible? Is my voice clear?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone, to all the esteemed faculty present here. My name is Sohail Khan, and I think the faculty at KG Reddy has given me a very generous welcome and introduction. Thank you for that. You'll have to excuse me a little today because I have been traveling for a UNICEF program in Delhi. So I will be brief, and I have about 45 minutes to an hour to spend with you. So I would like to spend time on talking about the concept of design thinking and how sustainable development comes into the picture. For the benefit of better bandwidth, I'm going to switch off my camera now and I will move to the presentation. Do I have your permission?
Yes, sir. You can switch off your video. No problem.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, like I said, I'm going to spend some time talking about what is design thinking and how it paves the way for sustainable development for a greener future. So, the entire concept note of the 45 minutes to 1 hour session that I have with you is going to be centered around how engineering as a perspective and how technology as a perspective comes into this frame when it comes to sustainable development. And through the course of the next 45 minutes, I would like to introduce how the society and how the world has evolved with the help of sustainable development and through the concept of design thinking. So, I'm going to touch upon 5 topics in today's session. First, we're just going to have a brief introduction on design thinking. Second, we're going to talk about the concept and the idea of sustainable development. Third, we'll move into how we integrate design thinking and sustainable development. Fourth, I'm going to move on to talking about how real world applications come into picture when design thinking is integrated with sustainable development. And the final, we're just going to have some light on how the future looks with the concept of design thinking. The first thing, when it comes to design thinking, it is as blunt as the words of it define. Design thinking. It is about designing the way we think. Because in any application in the world that we see, that could be infrastructure, that could be a machine, that could be a car, that could be a tool, or that could be even conversations. Everything has design to it. The world completely runs on design. If you all remember, one of the most well known and the most successful engineers of all the world has been a famous painter also from Rome, Italy. It was Galileo. And also the other person along with him was the one who invented a lot of things with the telescope. And as part of his process, He had told the world back then itself that the world is running in the form of a spiral, which we call as Fibonacci spiral usually. We have a Fibonacci series through the course of which we see how the world shows its design. And he also famously said, because I'm talking to a lot of engineering faculty today, I remember one of my teachers who was teaching math would always induce interest in us through design. And he would say that the universe is a very beautiful place, and the poetry of the universe is written in the language of mathematics. So, this was a quote that stayed with me, and it led me to think about how mathematics as a subject can show us the lens through the world and the universe, and through that what we talk about design thinking today. And today the concept of mathematics has evolved to a point wherein a lot of technologies are taking the core substance and the central aspect of how the world is looking at its problems and how we are solving them. So there are going to be four broad principles when we think about design thinking. So just a small disclaimer, through the course of my presentation, I'm not going to use a lot of text on my slides. It is only going to be keywords. And if you notice, this is also a design principle in itself. So what we see usually is that whenever we present something, there's going to be a lot of text. And when there's a lot of text, we usually miss out on the elements of the conversation through the presentation. So just a keyword and the narration of the keyword is going to be in a way how we introduce a subjectual point here. The first principle of design thinking is having a user-centered focus. For example, you are designing a building. Now let's say if at all you're designing a building, you're constructing a 10-floor building. What if there is no staircase in that? For example, you're designing a pen. What if that pen does not have a mechanism to refill? For example, you're now designing a machine. That machine is supposed to do a certain job. But what if that machine is not catering to the user? Now, what we try to do here is that whenever we try to innovate, whenever we try to find a solution for something, the main concern has to be about how this solution is going to help somebody's life make easier, how this solution is going to be easy for somebody to afford or even to replicate. That is why we'll have to understand a solution from the problem statement. For example, if I have innovated and done something and created a solution, it may be innovative, but that may not be something what people want. For example, we create a lot of products in the world today. Now, what if these products are not going to find a suitable market? What if there's a lot of supply, but there's not going to be any demand? In that case, the user centric focus is going to be missing. The first principle of design thinking is that we are creating a solution for someone who is already facing a problem. Now, moving to the second part. Now, this is a collaborative problem solving. When I say collaborative, there are going to be two sides of stakeholders in this broadly. The first stakeholder is going to be somebody who's facing the problem. The second stakeholder is going to be somebody who is solving the problem. Now, as course of this, we are going to see a lot of people in the middle who are going to facilitate both sides of the story. Now, for example, if you talk about governments, now governments usually are set up in place so that there's going to be a stability in the society, so there's going to be law and order in the society, so there's going to be access to services and benefits to its citizens. Now, government actually in the public policy space, we usually look at society in three factors. First, we have Samaj. Samaj is the society. Second, we have Sarkar. Sarkar is the government. And on the third side, we have Bazaar. Bazaar is the market. So, government is the one that is facilitating the stakeholding and problem solving between Samaj and Bazaar. Now, whatever you find in the market, for example, that could be a small cream, that could be a water bottle, that could be a packet of Maggie or chocolates or whatever. These things are procured for a certain demand that is given by the supply side of things. So the government regulates this activity. The tax that is paid, the regulations, the safety concerns, or the food regulations, or even if at all you're using a road, people want to go from point A to point B. vehicles are being made by the market. The government is giving you a good road, and also it is putting a compliance on both sides again. It is asking the people to comply with the road rules in terms of using safety, helmets, seat belts, etc. And on the other side, it is also asking for compliance from the vehicle makers by the Bharat Stage 6 norms or the vehicular pollution norms or things like that. So once a problem is supposed to be solved, there always needs to be a collaboration. This collaboration brings about an understanding between different segments of the society. And if at all this is not catered to, then a lot of innovations will fail. Once these innovations fail, they will not be able to be, in a way, to see the light of the day or to be scaled up. Now, the third thing that we come up is for prototyping and testing. A central focus of engineering has always been that a lot of solutions are created. Now, if at all a solution is created and if it has to be accepted by the market or the society, the first thing that we need is we need to show people that this is a problem that works out. We need to show people that this is a solution that can take a lot of shape. And as a process, prototyping is going to help people in understanding or giving you a workable solution of your proof of concept. For example, whatever I have on paper might be a design or a solution. But until and unless I have a working model, I will not be able to find people who may buy my solution or my product. Now, the fourth thing is once there is a solution that has come about, we are continuously trying to engage with the market and the demand and supply on both sides to see how the creativity and experimentation can scale up the technology. And once the technology is scaled up, for example, at a certain point of time, we were only using letters for communication. That scaled up to a point where now we're using technology in mobile phones. Then now the mobile phones have transformed into smartphones. And now we have come to a point where these smartphones have integrated AI and machine learning so that you don't even have to pick the phone. You can just type a message and the AI is going to respond to the person who's calling you by using your own voice. So that way, this creativity and experimentation is going to create a wider and a larger market for the population or for people who are seeking a solution. Now, coming to how this concept of design thinking has come about. If we look at it, design thinking finds its roots in the European spaces. First, it was something that started off at architecture. As part of this architecture pursuit, what people tried to do is the design of buildings, the design of houses, and the design of spaces was going to be taken up in such a way that they had to look good, but at the same time, the functionality should not have to be compromised. And the compromise of this functionality is something that led to people to come up with more innovative things. Moving to the second thing is that how the engineering aspect of things has influenced these aspects of design thinking. Now, at some point of time, architecture was limited only to construct smart buildings. But now, once we see engineering, the way different fields of engineering have come up. Today, it's all, for example, if there's a construction that's going on, for example, there's a big real estate project that's going on. This real estate project may be a civil engineering pursuit, but it is not going to limit to only civil engineering. You're going to have mechanical engineers, you're going to have electrical engineers, and these days you also have instrumentation and control engineers. So how influence of engineering has come about to take the scope of design thinking one level higher is something that we see day in and day out. Even if you look at something as simple as using a water bottle, initially in the early times, people would carry water in bags made out of animal leather. And over the course of time, we have come to a point where we are using plastic water bottles. And now we are looking at something beyond water bottles to sustainable solutions. And now we are using metal bottles. Now, if you look at it, this has given a lot of scope for adaptation through businesses. Now, until and unless there is going to be a market value for a certain product, the business will not be in a position to sustain or adapt. So, if you look at it, any innovation with the concept of design thinking is going to have these three aspects. The first thing is going to be how it looks or how it feels. Second thing, how it is going to help people solve a particular problem. And third thing is how it is going to be adapted into a successful business. Now, once this clear concept of evolution comes about, we are going to see how communities are going to be empowered, how societies are going to be empowered with the use of design thinking and in sustainability. Now, there are some key phases when it comes to design thinking, and all these 5 phases are something that are at the core of sustainable development. If you think of design thinking as a process, it is not just about building a solution or making a product, but it is also applicable to how we are going to empower societies, how we are going to empower communities to come up with a more sustainable future. Now, if you look at, please excuse me for one moment. Apologies. So the first part is empathy. When I talk about empathy, and now I might create a solution that may be sustainable, but until and unless I'm able to understand somebody's problem, I will not be able to come up with a solution that people will acknowledge. For example, even if you apply this to a very human aspect of things, now for if you know a friend or if somebody from the family, if they're going through a bad time, we are expected to give them support, we are expected to give them some emotional courage and moral courage, but we will not be able to do that until and unless we try to understand that from their point of view, right? Now, I may be giving everything that my child requires, I may be giving everything that my parents expect of me, but if at all I do not understand what their expectations are, then I will not be able to fulfill that. So, empathy is at the centrality of the society in understanding each other from each other's perspectives. Now, even if you take two individuals, for example, there's going to be a lot of differing opinion. But for society to evolve, we need to empathize with one another. If you see how traditionally communities or societies have evolved or have been empowered, it has been through empathy only. The understanding, for example, you have a lot of animal societies, but animal societies do not have a language. Animal societies do not have the kind of evolution that humans have been able to do. And the only reason for that is how we have been able to collaborate, cooperate, and understand one another. Animals do not have nations, but we do. Animals do not have constitutions, but we do. All of this is because we empathize with one another. Now, moving on, we'll have to look at the second part where we have very clear definitions of what the problem is. Now, if at all we are looking at a society, if going from point A to point B or going from a village to another village is going to be the problem statement, we have to clearly understand what are the details of this problem statement. Now, I cannot put a rail line between two villages that are only 10 kilometers apart because financially and economically it will not work out. But if at all I'm able to lay a road, put a bus, then that will definitely solve the problem. So there needs to be a clear definition of what is the problem we are trying to solve and why we are trying to solve that problem and how we are trying to do that. Because at the end of it, we will have to understand that our resources are limited and also at the same time our opportunities are also limited. Now, coming to the third part, we'll have once you have a clear understanding of the problem, once the definitions are sorted, the ideation part comes into picture. More often than not, what we see usually is that we come up with solutions only after we see some problem. We come up with solutions once we see that there is a demand for something. So typically, if you look at it, this is the distinction that the research and development space has between India and between more developed nations. If you look at it, India is known for jugaad. In India, we are trying to solve a problem as and when we face a problem. But if you look at more developed countries and developed societies, they're trying to come up with a solution for a problem that may be faced tomorrow. Their technology is ahead of it. For example, artificial intelligence was a technology that we could have survived without being introduced. But because of the Western societies, we now have a technology that is making people's lives easier, although we would have survived even without that. The next part would be prototyping, and the next part would be testing. And I had discussed earlier, as prototyping means you come up with a solution that is workable, but also at the same time it is appreciated. And fourth thing would be testing. The moment you come up with a solution, the solution needs to be given to the user so that the user can take benefit of that. This is where you get feedback. And until and unless people get a clear feedback on what product they're developing or what technology they're working on, the product will not cater to the demand of the market. Now, if you look at it broadly, all these 5 points, not only at a technological level, but also at a level of a community or a society. If you apply the same principles to any process, that could be a conversation or that could be development, then the communities become sustainable. This is the process in which how we empower communities as well. If you look at how the constitution has evolved, let us apply the same design thinking principles. First, there was felt that there is a need for people's problems to be addressed. So the political class found some sort of empathy, or the political leaders found some sympathy for the problems of the people that they were helping out. Now, the second step was they defined very clearly in the constitution. Okay, everything will be defined in terms of right from the point to what is the law, what can be punished, what cannot be punished, what are fundamental rights, and all of this. Now, as part of that success, there was an ideation stage wherein all these rights and duties were put into different schemes. Later on, people have developed a lot of prototypes working out from the different experiences from across the world. If you look at it, for example, something that has worked elsewhere can also work in our country, but it needs to be designed as per the cultural needs of our country. And once the testing goes through and once people validate a certain thing, then the society is going to see further course of empowerment through that. And this is how law and constitution has evolved as an example. And this is the same that goes for any technology or any conversation as well. Now, coming to the fundamentals of sustainable development, as we all know it, I'll not spend a lot of time on this. Now, sustainable development has been an initiative of the United Nations. During the Brundtland Commission, it was realized that the world is growing, and as part of growing, there's a lot of resources that are being utilized which may not be available for our future generations to come. So we are using up all the limited natural resources at a pace because of which our society will not progress after a point of time. So at that point of time, there was an inherent need that society must restrict the use of its resources, and we have to use it very responsibly. Otherwise, the future generations will not sustain. And as part of this, in 20, the United Nations came up with the support of all the nations that were party to United Nations. They came up with 17 sustainable development goals. These 17 sustainable development goals were supposed to be covered up by 2030. So 2030 is the deadline. But unfortunately, we are not in the right direction or in the right pace to be able to cover whatever was expected in the given deadline. Now, if you look at sustainability, all the sustainable development goals or the concept of sustainability itself is covered in three broad areas. First, the sustainability of the environment. The forest, the water, the plant and animal life, the air, the weather, everything. The second part of this is you will have to be sustainable in terms of social responsibility. When I say social, it is about the community, the resources at an individual level and also at a community level. For example, if you look at a lot of resources, roads. Roads are not an individual asset, it is the asset for the society. So it's going to be not only my responsibility, but everybody who's using that to share the responsibility of keeping roads clean. Now, moving further, the third thing will be economic sustainability. Now, I might be able to use a certain resource, but I will also have to see to it that the economy that I generate out of it should be sustainable. To give you an example, there are a lot of schemes that the government starts, and these schemes directly benefit the society. But the expectation of the government is that after a certain point of time, I'm going to pull off the subsidy so that the community should become empowered by them. But the empowerment of the society, on the other hand, does not happen at the same pace. So there's going to always be a gap, and the government ends up spending a lot of money, or even at an individual level we end up spending a lot of money if we are not going to look at sustainability from an economic lens. And over the course of time, if you see, there's inflation every year. Inflation adds up to a lot of different things, and the sustainability from economic lens is going to collapse. Now, these are the 17 broad sustainable development goals. Now, these 17 development goals are not individual, they are all interrelated. So if you look at it, the first one is about poverty, second one is about hunger, third is about health, well-being, fourth is about education, fifth is gender equality, so on and so forth. So all these sustainable goals have laid a responsibility in three aspects. They have a responsibility on the individual, they have a responsibility on the society, they also have a responsibility on the government. Like I mentioned a little earlier, Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazar, all the three aspects of society are central to these SDGs. And this is very important at a community level as well. Now, whatever responsibility we take up as communities, only that can sustain. As an individual, we are powerless. But as a community, sustainability will have a lot of scope for its own development. Now, I'll move further. Now, what are the challenges for sustainable development, or how technology comes into play, or how communities can be empowered here? Now, if you look at it, societies fail, or societies do not see the right development for three reasons. First, usually political instability. Why I say this is because politics dictates how the society or a community or a country grows. And if at all there's political stability, there's going to be growth. And if at all the political stability, even in terms of policy or in terms of action or in terms of social development, if it's not present, the countries are not going to grow as expected. Second thing is economic disparity. There are countless reports in the world that show that only the poor are getting poorer and the rich are getting richer. So the divide, the economic divide of incomes and economic prospects between individuals is vastly widening, and the gap is deepening. As a result of the, all, yes, of course, per capita incomes, individual incomes are growing. But if you look at it, there's a World Bank report that says over 90% of the world's wealth is owned by only 10% of the people. And the rest, 10% of the wealth is distributed among the world's 90% of population. So there's a huge gap. Why? Because things are not being looked at in a sustainable manner. We are not able to empathize with one another. We are only looking at individual profits. But as a community, are we really looking at that? Is a question that I'll leave with you. Now, the next point here is how resources over a course of time are dying. The water, streams, although renewable source, but we are polluting them. We are cutting down the forests, also a renewable source, but we are cutting them at a rate that is much higher than its rate of regeneration. We are polluting things, we are burning down things, and then the constructions or the use of technology or anything has become very, very unsustainable on one side, and also on the other side, we are cutting down on the scarcity. We are actually increasing the scarcity of resources. So maybe 10 or 15 years down the line, we may not have any, you know, hydrocarbon fuels. We may not have any petrol or diesel left in the world. We will all have to rely on EV. And you all know that EV is a very expensive. Maybe over the course of time, the prices will come down, but it is still not going to give us enough generation capacity, because if you need to run an EV, we again need to mine lithium and iodide batteries for that. So that way, at some place where we do not save, we are putting an additional burden elsewhere. Now, I will move to how we integrate design thinking with sustainable development. And when I say this, this is completely from the perspective of how we empower communities and how communities can self sustain and self develop themselves. Now, like as I had discussed, there needs to be a user human centric approach, there needs to be a stakeholder involvement, and there needs to be practical and sustainable solution. If you look at any innovation or a solution, we'll have to bear in mind three things. The solution should be technically valid, the solution should be socially acceptable, and that solution should be economically affordable. I'll repeat myself. Any solution or any technology, any product, anything for that matter, it should have three things: technically valid, socially acceptable, and economically affordable. Until and unless all these three check boxes are met, we cannot assure that any product or any technology is going to be accepted by the society. Now, if you look at these broad guidelines in the ideation and solving sustainability issues, first, like I mentioned, empathy. I need to understand what is the problem that people are facing, and I also need to understand what is the emotional and financial burden that is put on those people who are facing the problem. If I'm sitting in an AC office and designing a plan for construction of a building, I will never be able to understand what that construction labor goes through when he's doing execution or concreting work in the hot sun, right? So, but an empathy is going to help us understand each other's problems so that we are able to design things better. Now, moving to the ideation solutions, different ideas and different sessions are going to help us come up. The more we talk with one another, the more we ideate at a conversation level, at a research level, under the lens of sustainability. It is going to help us come up with more affordable, acceptable, and valid solutions. And as a broader sense, this is something that is going to help a community. Now, whenever we look at a solution, we always have to understand this from a community perspective. If I build a solution that is helping only 10 people, with all the technology, with all the affordability and acceptance. But on the other hand, we'll also have to understand that there could be another solution that is helping about 1,000 people. So if at all, if it is 10 people or 1,000 people, we will have to find a balance of how we are going to cater to both sides of the communities or both sides of the society. More often than not, a lot of solutions that come up are born from within the community, and people will have to have the lens of coming up with a solution or giving it a shape or prototyping it or supporting it in a way that it becomes acceptable technically as well. Now, how do we prototype and how do we test solutions? So engineering is a pursuit, as a pursuit has evolved over the course of time, over the years, and how important a certain technology on paper or a certain solution that uses technology on paper or what we call as proof of concept, until and unless it is translated into a workable model and that workable model into a working prototype, we will not be able to pick up this solution and give it to the society. And as part of prototyping, now I may, you know, there is a, let's say there's a problem for which there is a solution that already exists. For example, now let's say for transportation, we have cars, we have buses, we have bicycles, everything available. Now let's say if a certain new technology comes out wherein you have instant transmission using metaverse or whatever sort of technology. Just to think about it, I'm able to transport myself in an instant from one point to another. But let's say if that is going to cost you ₹1 billion just for one time use, will that help the society? It might help us travel faster, quicker, but it is not affordable. It will not be accepted by the society. So such prototypes will never be affordable. And until and unless the money put into it is worth the return on investment, prototypes cannot succeed. Now, under the lens of two things that we've discussed, one, how design thinking evolves, and on the other side, how sustainable development comes into play for communities. Now, how we look at the
ఫోన్
future
చేద్దాం
direction opportunities.
అన్ని అసలు అంత ఇబ్బందిగా ఉంటే 2 రోజులు ఉంటే ఏం
Is there a question or can I continue? All right. So the future directions and opportunities. Now, please look at this completely from a lens of engineering or problem solving, and at the other side, how this problem solving is going to empower communities. Now, first thing is that at the heart of sustainability is how circular economy comes into picture. Now you look at waste to wealth or recycling, or how we have a three-pronged strategy in sustainability usually. We say reuse, reduce, and recycle, because this is going to help us restrict the amount of resources we use, and this will also help us give more longevity for the assets that we have. Now, second thing is that if you look at how the natural evolution happens, there is a sweet element of design in the natural evolution that exists without any sort of interference from man. Now, this is something that we will have to pick up from this nature. This is called biomimicry. If you look at it, a lot of biotechnological applications also, for example, now we are using nanobots. These nanobots are designed on the concept of there's a very small microorganism called tardigrade, which is microscopic in its size, but it has such a strong affinity for survival. It can survive even in the volcanoes or even in the depths of ocean bearing the pressure of water. So such design elements have been used to develop these nanobots. Now this biomimicry in design is something that comes into play, and if you see just the fact that how birds fly and how aeroplanes fly, do you not see that design element of biomimicry there? Or even for a matter, how an animal runs compared to how a car runs or a motorcycle runs. There's a biomimicry of design, because if you look at it, for a motorcycle, maintaining stability and stance from a mechanical perspective with all the rotational mechanics put into pictures, and all of these things are again picked up at a fundamental level from how natural elements behave. Now, coming to the third part is how we can get an understanding of the basics of design and move that into an innovative approach in sustainable design. If you look at it, what is happening in the world today? There is a lot of innovation happening in terms of sustainability, in terms of design itself. If you look at it, even a conversation is something that is being designed. For example, now people are talking to one another, but at the same time, without the understanding of this, usually happens in marketing and advertising. There's a conversation happening between the buyer and the seller. But what is happening on the other side is people are feeding into our minds without our own knowledge. Please excuse me for a bit. Yes. So there's a lot of conversation happening between a buyer and a seller in terms of marketing and advertising. without our own understanding, a marketer is advertising things in such a way that makes feel that we definitely need a certain project. There's a lot of design, that also design of psychology, design of conversation is also happening. On the other side, we have a lot of materials that are being innovated, and there's a lot of energy efficiency in technology that is being innovated. These are things that we are all aware of. We read about them in the papers, we read about them in research day in and day out. Now, moving to a few real world applications of how we look at things these days. Now, let's just look at 10 broad areas of sustainable development. Now, for example, we look at renewable energy solutions. At a certain point of time, only probably the hydro energy or solar was something that was thought of renewable energy. Slightly later, we thought of nuclear energy as renewable. And now we are also looking at how hydrogen and fuel cells are a source of renewable energy. If you look at sustainable agriculture also, at a certain point of time, we were looking at only survival, but now at a later point came in the cash crops, and later point now we are looking at different aspects of mixed cropping. We are looking at different aspects of aquaponics, hydroponics, and all of these are or vertical farming per se, or terrace farming. Third thing is circular economy. And in part of circular economy, how we start with a certain product or a source, and how it, after its end use life, how it comes back into the society. For example, these days, a lot we usually used to discard all the electronic items that we would get. We would discard the electronic items that we would get. But what is happening now is that we are using the same discarded elements. We are extracting all the traces of gold and silver that are going into the manufacture of these electronic items, and we are creating value with them. And third thing, in terms of urban planning in cities, uh, this is a point that I need not mention. We see this day in and day out. Next, we look at affordable housing. Earlier, it was only concrete. Now we are looking at different elements that have come about, which have not only reduced the cost. For example, how terrace, in terms of the energy conservation for a construction or a building, is now also being looked at by imbibing the principles of green buildings, or making buildings self-sustained. There are a lot of entities these days which are completely making their whole sustenance. They do not have a sewerage system, but they're completely at a they have huge water percolation pits, and then the entire sewage collection is happening right at a building level, and the sewage treatment plants are also being set up underground. If you look at a little more, how clean water and sanitation is an example, and if you look at a little further, how sustainable transportation. Now, can you all try and imagine life in Hyderabad without the Hyderabad metro? At a certain point, we only had public buses or the MMTS, but now, after the coming of Hyderabad Metro, it has made life for people a lot easier, a lot quicker for travel. It is saving time, and the moment you save time, you're saving money. You look at climate adaptation, and more importantly, how healthcare in AI. And these days, a lot of technologies are coming up for detecting early age cancers at stage one itself. We are looking at an automated devices which we wear in our hand every day, that is helping people, you know, um, get to a better quality of lifestyle. And at the same time, because of this, if you ask me how this is empowering communities, how this is sustainable, one, the healthcare costs are reducing, which is saving people money. And on the other hand, all these technologies are not putting any additional burden on the existing natural resources. And most important of all, we are now actively talking about the education and sustainability. And when I say education for sustainability, it means even a fourth or a fifth class child these days is aware of certain principles of sustainability. And the only push that we have to go and do further now is how we use this sustainability concept or design thinking towards empowering communities. And I've been repeatedly using the word empowering communities because that is where the true course of development starts. That is where the true course of social evolution starts. And until and unless, for example, any problem that we see in the society. An individual may be raising that problem in the courts or in media or anywhere, but until and unless there is a community that comes to support him, until and unless the voice gets bigger, he or she may not get the attention. And for that, so that we will have better negotiating power, so that the impact of the society will not only remain to an individual, but it will percolate further to each and every person in the community. And as part of this entire process, what is the most important thing is that what we need to reflect on how we have evolved as a community or a society. We need to reflect on the different initiatives that we are looking at. We need to reflect on the different practices we have as a community. And once that is done, we need to understand what is the return of investment in terms of the social capital, and also we have to understand what is the impact that this puts, positive or negative, on the society and on the community. For example, these days we see a lot of huge infrastructure or developmental projects coming up, but there is an element of environmental impact assessment that has come up as part of the governance. And this impact assessment is going to tell people that if a project is needed or not. Of course, it's a 11-pronged strategy of public consultation. You know, if at all a project is large in nature, it needs the approval of Gram Sabhas as well at a local level. So there is a lot of participation that we are bringing in terms of environment and sustainability both. And this is a lesson for us. Until and unless we reflect on these, we will not be able to empower the community, or we will not be able to sustain the resources for a longer span of time. And with that, I will come to the conclusion of this session. These are just the 3 thoughts I will leave you as part of the time that I spent with you. So design thinking as a practice or as a way of life is something that we need to reflect on, so that we become more empathetic and we become more observant to the needs of the society and how we can empower them. On the second side, when it comes to sustainable development, only because something sustains does not mean it is necessary for the society. And also at the same time, because something is expensive or something is not affordable or something is not innovative, it may not be, even if it is sustainable, that is not something that the society may accept. So please remember, sustainable development always has to be on these 3 strategies. It has to be technically valid, it has to be socially acceptable, and it has to be economically affordable. And at the final front of it, how we innovate in terms of solutions are going to pave way towards how we empower communities. And the last point that I will leave you with here is that when I say community, it completely depends on the lens. Community for me may mean something, some community for somebody else may mean something. For somebody it may be caste, for somebody it may be region, for somebody it may be language. But the entire aspect is community means a set of people which are facing a certain problem, or which are having a shared history or shared social capital. With that, I'll end my presentation, and I offer my profuse apologies to all of you that I was not able to take a session in a better. There's a lot of disturbance, and I am really sorry that there's a lot of people moving in and around here. So if you have any questions for me, you may please just go ahead and shoot.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. And out of your busy schedule, though you are occupied, but still we are fortunate to have you on this platform, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It has been my pleasure I was really looking forward to this session, but unfortunately, due to unexpected travel at UNICEF Delhi, I was occupied here today. And I wish I could have done this better. I wish I could have spent more
Yes,
quality
sir.
time on talking
We'll
to
have
the
more opportunities to meet and again have multiple sessions. And advance congratulations, sir, for your achievement.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
any participant you want to interact with the speaker, just please unmute and just please communicate with the speaker.
But ma'am, if it's possible,
Yeah, sir.
um, uh, there may be a lot of participants today who are working in their colleges, in their entrepreneurship
Yes, sir.
cells on sustainability, on technologies, rural innovations, a lot of things. If
Yes,
there's
sir.
at any point of time that anybody needs any sort of support in terms of mentorship or even in terms of validation or even in terms of just some connections to find better people, it
Yes,
would be my pleasure, more than pleasure. It's also my job at the Telangana Innovation Cell to be of help to anyone in the state. So,
yes.
if needed, you may please pass on my contact details to them.
Sure, sir.
Yes.
Sure, sir. We are more blessed to have you all, have you, sir. And we'll for sure will interact with you, and our participants also will communicate with you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any questions?
Now, any participants, like if you have any query, just please communicate with our speaker. We are running short of time, like the sir is also occupied. Just keep that in mind. And if you have anything, just please come.
I will just leave my
Yes.
details on the chat. Usually, what happens is during these sessions, a lot of communication does not go through.
Yeah.
But usually, I get a lot of responses after the session. People
Yes.
come up with doubts, or people come up with just even for blunt discussions.
Yes,
So
sir.
I'll just leave my number here.
Yes,
You
sir.
can see the number in the chat box.
Yes, my
Again,
number.
thank you so much, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Should we close the session, or do
Yes.
I have any questions?
Yeah, we'll take from audience, sir, any question from them.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, audience, any particular question? That's Sohel sir is from TSIC, so it's a great opportunity and for us to know about so that we can have a good session, interaction session, and at the same time we have the further communication in future also. So any sustainable related design thinking importance, as you can see the competition started from there. So anything related to sustainability or TSIC, we can ask. It's a wonderful opportunity for us.
I've already started. Two people have already messaged me that they want to have a longer conversation with me in person. So this is how it works.
On a personal note,
Yes.
so they'll have a comfort zone to communicate with you rather than this platform, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anyway, before we close, I once again apologize to all the participants if there has been any technical glitch or any gap in uh, the Zoom call. But I hope I'll be able to help you at a much better stage, or even talk to you at a much better pace personally. So if any concerns, anything that I can be of assistance or help, please reach out. And
Yes,
I really thank KG Reddy College, Samyukta Garu, Jayhari Garu for giving me this opportunity as well. It's a pleasure always working with you, and I hope we have a lot of work to do together in the future as well.
Yes, sir. 1 second, sir. If all the participants along with the speaker, you sir, like switch on your video camera so that we can have one screenshot, sir.
Madam, can you keep links once again?
Yeah, sir, we'll do it, sir.
Once
Please,
again,
all
please.
of you on your camera.
Switch on your camera, please.
Please keep links once again.
We'll share.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
share.
We'll share it, sir. We'll share it, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, ma'am. It's been my pleasure. Good day.
Thank you, sir.
Wish you all a
Thank
happy
you.
weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you much, very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Links and once again with, let us, I'll share. Meanwhile, I'll say. Dear participants, please be available. We are going to start our valedictory session. Your participation and the feedback is required and is a valid session for us. Please, all of you join. Once the valedictory is completed, we'll share the feedback link and the overall FDP exam link. So once the link is posted for half an hour, it will be kept access. It will be closed after 30 minutes. Please be available. This is posted.
Dear participants, you can see the feedback and the attendance link is shared in the group with the chat box. So whoever is missed out, please, they can give their feedback and also the attendance count for this session.
Both links are posted for session 3.
Yeah, both links are available. Please go through once.
Attendance and feedback.
Attendance and feedback, both are. Yeah, our principal sir is over here now. So shall we go for the valedictory of this program or? We'll start the valedictory. Once it is done, I'll request participants shall ask for the schedule. We'll go and we'll give the exam link. So it is as per schedule, it is 7:30 p.m. Okay, so maybe faculty are traveling and some of them are busy in their work, but they might have seen the schedule in the morning we have posted. So if you want, we can post the exam or based on the feedback from the participants. So shall we stick the schedule? Yeah. Samita ma'am.
Participants, actually, because of speaker unavailability, means sir is going to Delhi to receive that UNICEF award. So we have given time up to 7:30 to the resource person, but because of unavoidable situation, so sir has taken only 1 hour. Because of that only, I'm telling after valedictory, we'll share the feedback link and examination link. If everyone willing at 7:30, then we'll share at 7:30. But I know everyone are waiting for an exam. If you complete, then this is a weekend, Saturday. So if you complete examination, we can go to home and we can enjoy happy Sunday for everyone. So which is why I'm telling I'll post after this valedictory, I'll post examination link. So please complete examination after the valedictory. If any concerns are there, please let me know personally so that we can address. But as of now, as per schedule, after all sessions completed, we'll post the examination link. So that only we are following. Thank you. So I'm handovering to Udayashree Madam for valedictory.
Madam, what is the time schedule for the examination? You are not clear about that one. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Samyukta ma'am, are you there? Jerry sir.
Madam, you are given 7:30. It is better to start the 7:30 only. People will know whatever it may be the sessions.
Okay, sir, sure, we will convey to the organizing team members.
Some are left, and if it is given, no, it is not good. No?
Yeah.
7:30.
Sure, we'll consider, sir.
My opinion.
Udayashree ma'am.
Sir, but one thing, sir, hope 100% at sure will share at 7:30. But one thing I want to tell, there has to be in the call from 2 to 7:30, right?
Madam, exactly.
It's okay.
attended
correct.
into the SCM, that's a staff selection. That is most
Okay.
important compared to that one. We
Yes, sir,
cannot.
that's what I'm telling. If any personal concerns is there, definitely I'm here to help you.
That
I will
is why
support you personally.
already
If-
scheduled in the your week schedule. It is better to start 7:30 only. People will be alert. No, there is no question asking.
You can post
Yes,
a
welcome,
link
sir.
in
Okay, sir.
WhatsApp
Yeah,
group
understood.
rather than in Zoom link, then everyone can attend the exam.
Sir, go with the schedule. The examination, go with the schedule. Scheduled time.
Supratam sir, okay, sir.
Jerry sir, your voice is not coming.
I'll do it.
Okay, sir. We'll stick to the schedule. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Udeshri ma'am, please take over the session and we'll do the value performance.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dr. Udeshri Kakarla, Associate Professor from the Department of Mechanical Engineering in KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology. I welcome you all for this valedictory session of Atal Online 6-Day Faculty Program 24-25 under the thrust area Energy Sustainability and the Climate Change, with the title of Harnessing Sustainable Energy from Climate Resilience. With this, a faculty development perspective. This FDP has been scheduled from Jan 20th to 25th, 2025. I take the privilege to give the summary of the sessions that we had for all the 6 days. Session 1 is a climate resilience and adaptive preparing for the future. The session was delivered by Dr. Bogireddy, Assistant Professor, the Department of Construction Engineering, ALT University, Almaty, Kazakhstan. Thank you, sir, for all your insights. And the day 2 started with here we have the session 2, the day 1, with the title of Future Direction, Innovation, Policy and Leadership for Sustainability by the expert Srinivas Cherlagaru. And he's the Director of Sustainability Energy, Rich, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. At day 2, we have a session from 6 to 7:30 with a title of Introduction to Energy System and Global Energy Scenario. Speaker Pinaki Das Gupta Garu, entrepreneur, industry professional on environment. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time and your insights. And followed by the session 2 on the day 2 with the title of Emerging Trends in Renewable Energy, Innovations and Impact. The session was delivered by Dr. Tanikanti Sudhakar Babu Garu, Associate Director, R&D, CBIT, Hyderabad. Thank you so much, sir. And the day 3, the session 1 was followed by with the title of Sustainable Urban Development and Smart Cities and delivered by Ravi Kumar Garu, the Professor, IIT, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. And the session 2 followed in the day 3 with the title of Energy Transition Strategies and Decarbonization. The session was delivered by Dr. Mori Rajugaru, Assistant Professor, NIT Bhopal. Thank you so much, sir, for all your insights. And the day 4 followed with the session Climate Change Adaptation and Resilience Building The session was delivered by Dr. Adesh Garu, founder and CEO. Thank you so much, sir. And the session 2 followed in the day 4 with the title of Environmental Impact and Life Cycle Analysis of Energy Systems. The session was delivered by Dr. Taru Veera Venkata Maruti Suman Garu, and is a consultant for energy and is a freelancer. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your time and sharing your expertise. Followed by the day 5, the session started at 6 and continued up to 7:30 with the title of Renewable Energy Technologies, Solar, Wind and Hydropower. The session expertise were Dr. K. Naga Sujata ma'am, is a professor, JN2H, Hyderabad. Thank you so much, ma'am. And the session 2 followed on the day 2 with the title of Sustainable Agriculture and Food System. The session was delivered by Salu sir, is from the Department of Electrical and Electronics and Computer Engineering, from Nigeria. Thank you so much for your insights and the time that have contributed towards this FDP. And the day 6 followed by the session entitled Actionable Insights into Innovation Technologies Towards Sustainability. And the session was led by Mr. J. Koteshwar Rao Garu, who is an associate faculty member in National Institute for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise. Thank you so much, sir. And session 2 was followed by Srinivas Garu and Shantanu Garu with the title of Financing of Energy Transition and Climate Change. And thank you, sir, both of you, Srinivas Garu and Shantanu Garu, for your insights. And the next session was followed, third session was followed by Sohel Garu, just now we have completed, with the title of Integrating Renewable Energy Solutions for Sustainability Future. Thank you so much for all the speakers that have contributed their time, their knowledge towards enlightening the faculty in this faculty development program. But I thank the management of KGRSET and our principal Dr. Sai Satyanarayana Reddy Garu, and our vice principal Dr. M.N. Narsaya Garu, coordinator of this program Dr. L. J. Hari Garu, and coordinator Mrs. Samyukta Penta Garu, for giving this opportunity and making this FDP more interactive and live, bringing many expertise into this FDP in enlightening all the participants. Thanks to all the IT team who has been with us for all this 1 week of program and assisting all the IT section. Thank you so much. And I thank all the moderators of the session for all the days. Without your support, this FDP would haven't been a success. Thank you all. And all the faculties who are all the faculty of Department of Mechanical Engineering acted as a moderator. Thank you all. This would have happened with the help of Head of the Mechanical Engineering, Mrs. Kalpana ma'am, with the team spirit in collaboration with the Department of Mechanical Engineering led by Dr. L. J. Hari Garu as the coordinator of this FDP. We could make this event more success. With this, I want to close my giving a brief summary of this FDP. Now I hand over the session to Dr. L. J. Hari Garu to invite our principal sir to say the few words on this FDP. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And you have given the insights of our program, what has happened for all the 6 days. And now I request our principal to give the valedictory, the session and the feedback, what you have received for this 6-day FDP program. I welcome Dr. Sai Satyanaredi Garu, our principal, KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology, to deliver his points. Yeah, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah, can you hear?
Yeah, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at the very outset, I would like to congratulate Department of Mechanical and especially the coordinator, Dr. L. Jehari, and P. Samyukta, co-coordinator, and head of the department, Mrs. Kalpana, and moderator, Dr. Udayasri Madam, Dean, DSA, and all the faculty members of Mechanical and staff and all dear participants. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you. Successfully, I think, conducted FDP on harnessing sustainable energy for climate resilience. I think these sessions were both insightful and inspiring, shedding light on critical strategies and technologies essential for tackling the challenges of climate change. I think very good speakers are there down the line from all the 5 days. There are a lot of knowledge exchange program happened, and this program comprehensive approach to sustainable energy solutions has broadened even my perspective and equipped with me a valuable knowledge that I am eager to integrate to my academic and professional pursuits. And I say special thanks to all the resource persons who has given a very good sessions, and coordinators and all the contributors for the dedication and efforts in delivering such a well-rounded learning experience. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and wish you all the best. And all these knowledge, please start the sustainable development and also the projects on this to the student community. That's what I am expecting from all the participants. Thank you. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your insights from this program.
Thank you.
I request few faculty members or the participants of this program can give their feedback. So we want to see how it has been went for these 6 days. So I request someone can unmute and give the valuable feedback. So that your video can also be seen.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, this is Sridhar from AVN College. Respected organizers, the distinguished speakers, and the fellow participants, it is with a great gratitude and enthusiasm that I reflect on the enriching the experience of this one online faculty development program, which has been conducted for 1 week. I have gained an invaluable insight into the urgent need for the sustainable energy solutions and their role in addressing the climate change. The knowledge shared by the experts, the thought-provoking discussions, and the collaborative spirit have all been instrumental in expanding my understanding of this subject. So it was when excellent resource persons have given their brief things that will be helpful a lot to all the faculty members who are working under this. And also, I like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers, the coordinator, Dr. Jehari sir, and co-coordinator, P. Samyukta madam, and also the head of the Department of the Mechanical and the faculty for their dedication in putting together such a comprehensive and impactful program. Thank you, sir, for this giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sridhar sir. We really appreciate your inputs and the feedback given for this program, and it's really encourage us so that at the same time motivate us to conduct such activities, and where this is, as you see, the sustainability, where the service is more required for to reach the sustainability development goals. So really thanks you for your feedback and also the suggestions. Yeah, thank you, sir. Any other speakers, please can unmute and speak.
Yeah, please kindly
Hello.
turn on your video so that we can see you. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah, madam. I am Dr. Subbaratnam, Professor of Mechanical Engineering, Mallareddy Engineering College and Management Sciences.
Okay, sir. Sir, if possible, please turn on your video, sir. Why?
Hello.
Request only. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Please.
Okay. Madam, the organization is excellent and you are taken a very good topics, and also the speakers are excellently, they delivered the content and useful and very informative in this area. And how the uh, content is the renewable energy and all these, now we have to transform the into the old system to the present. That is very useful for the forthcoming years of the technology in India. And also we have to be, our all faculty members has to be upgraded with this technology, then only India will develop a lot. And I thank all the organizers. You are taken a very good sessions and you are timely taking the sessions, and all the participants are also happy with this, as per my knowledge, with the topics and all this. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Subaratham, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Subaratham sir.
Yeah, thank you, Jehari. Jehari, thanks to all you and your team. It is excellent program, really. And I could not attend the first session of today because of I was in JNTU for ratification of faculty members.
Yes, sir. We understand.
It is overall, it is excellent program.
Thank you very much, sir. Principal sir, our Satyan Reddy sir also is saying few words to you, sir. I think.
Not fewer, sir. Just say hi to Subaratham sir. That's all.
Okay. Right.
Hi. Okay. I can recognize your voice.
Yeah.
Okay, right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you very much. Any other participants, please? If you have any feedback. Yeah. Who is this?
Good evening, sir. Myself is Veera Raghavareti.
Good evening, sir. Very good evening.
Engineering and Technology. So thank you for very much to all organization for a team of coordination, such a wonderful FDP. So in the present scenario, the title is very good. Now the time is also selection very good. Why means in the daily life, morning to night is busy schedule. So I think thank you for giving my opportunity, sir. Thank you. One and a half.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Any other participants want to give any feedback on this? We can.
Any participants? Please share your feedback so that for next FDP, it will be helpful for us. Subnagar sir?
Madam, I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Yes. Can continue.
Yeah. Good evening, all. Yeah, I'm Subnakar. of Engineering and Technology.
So,
hello,
yes,
sir.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now we can hear your voice, please, sir. You are audible now. Please go
Yes, yes, sir. Sir. So this is very useful for faculty and researchers. Really great initiation KG Reddy College is taken to conduct this faculty development program. So harnessing sustainable energy for climate resilience. So we learn a lot of things from this FDP, sir. So how we can energy manage and how can we maintain the sustainability of the environment and climate. So really great and eminent resource person. They delivered their lectures and their experience and their research. So really, we are thankful to KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology. And the team also well organized everything. So really thanks to the coordinators and team for managing everything in proper. Okay. And this Atal also very taken initiation and AICTU Atal taken initiation to create this platform for enhancing the faculty knowledge through this type of various programs. Really thanks to the Atal and AICT and KG Reddy College also. This is very really helpful. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, sir. In future also, we are expecting more this kind of programs.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you so much for this, Samyukta madam and all other teams. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sugnakar sir. Still any participants want to give feedback?
Hello,
Sir.
hello.
Sir, please.
Is
Sir,
my voice
please.
audible? Is my voice
Yes.
audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. It's audible, sir. Please.
Okay, fine. So my name is Prithviraj Rane. So I am from the Maharashtra. I am a associate professor in mechanical engineering department, the Pillai College of Engineering. So basically, nowadays the renewable is the thing which we have to follow, right? So we cannot continuously depend on the conventional sources of energy. So ultimately, when we see the realm of that particular the renewable, there are many more options available. Like the solar is also available, the wind is also available. So how we can have the coordination between all those particular energy resources, so that optimization of those particular resources will be there. See, whatever might be the resources that we create, the energy resources, that might be the conventional or non-conventional, optimum utilization of energy resources has to be there to get the maximum benefit from that. Because for every resources, for every energy resources, there is a break-even point. After that, the performance of that particular system is also going to drop down. So again, when we see that when we are continuously using those resources, maintaining those resources also a mandatory thing, and it is a need of time, right? So basically, whatever are the topics that have been selected by the organizer, those topics are very nice, and the time slot which they have chosen to deliver the lecture or deliver the things, that is just 6 to 9 when we are free from the regular college duty. So after college duty, we can easily attend those particular sessions. And I basically have attended all the sessions, and the feedback also have been given. So the time is the main thing when we go on attending the FDP, whether it is offline or whether it is online. So we have to find time for ourselves. So that was my feedback, genuine feedback from my side regarding the FDP. It was nice to attend.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you for your valuable feedback. Still anyone want to give a feedback? Please unmute yourself and.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Thank you,
Please.
ma'am.
So I'm requesting, yes, I'm requesting video, sir. Thank you so much. You turned on. Yes, sir. Please.
Hello, everyone. I'm thrilled to share my experience of last 6 days, where I had the incredible opportunity to learn from the experts across the globe on topics like renewable energy, sustainable urban development, and various strategies for decarbonization, right? And each session has been packed with actionable insights from the latest trends in renewable technologies to empowering communities for a sustainable future. I felt the discussions, what we had were thought-provoking, and the ideas which were given and which was exchanged was undoubtedly the best for our teaching and research practices. So overall, in last 6 days, it was gainful, and I think we all should adapt them slowly so that we can move towards a sustainable environment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your feedback.
Any
Any
participant,
pa-
you can unmute and give your feedback. If anything to be, we have missed out of, we are need to focus so that you can share, so that we'll focus in the next team, so that either to the students or the faculty members, we will focus on that one. We have center called Center for Innovation and Social Transformation is there. So through that, generally we will work and we'll give our services to the people in sustainable areas and also to the students. So if any faculty are there, please, you can share. Any participant can share your ideas.
Sir, may I have a minute, sir?
If possible, try to show your video, sir, if it is possible. Otherwise, you can. Funny, sir, please.
Sir, it was a great FDP, especially Dr. Salu from Nigeria. He has delivered a very good, and he has extended his hand to help us, all the PhD scholars pursuing, and also those who are still in research. So can you please share his details, sir? Yesterday, ma'am told that she will be sharing it, but we have not seen it.
Sure, sir. Actually, in the chat box, I have shared yesterday. But still in WhatsApp group, I'll share the details.
Please, ma'am, please. That's a great deal, ma'am.
Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
After this FDP, I'll share in the WhatsApp group, sir.
Hello, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue.
So I want to give my feedback on this FDP, madam. Actually, I was attended since last 5 days. Today is the last date. So I was attending all the sessions from starting day onwards. So even I am the moderator for one of the session. So my feedback is actually as a host college, so I should not say, but it was very nicely organized and very informative. Actually, the resource persons from various organizations and even one of the persons, few from the other countries also, they have attended, even though the time zones are different. So they have given very nice content for all the participants. Even we gained a lot of knowledge on this harnessing of energy. So especially for the sustainable concept. So it was very nicely organized, madam. So thank you very much for conducting this kind of FDPs. I think most of the participants from the educational institutions. So as a academician, so that is our responsibility to take care of our environment. So especially when we are doing any projects, when we are making any innovative things, so we should keep it in our mind that so the resources we should not waste in such a way that so it should be sustainable, so that the future generations also they can utilize the same benefits what we are utilizing. So thank you very much, madam. So it is our responsibility actually, so that we can give the same kind of the resources what we are utilizing, so that we can give our future generation, maybe our for children's, maybe our for grandchildren's. So I'm requesting all the participants, so whatever the knowledge that you gained during this FDP, so you can spread this knowledge, or you can share your experience. So the insights what you gained to the your students, otherwise the people around you. Okay, so that they can also think about it. So it is not only the one person problem, it is actually the energy, it is everywhere, so that everybody they can take the part of this and they can make at least some awareness for the all the people around us. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity for all the organizers and all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Satish sir. Anyone is there wants to give any feedback, please? Or shall we end this program with a few words from the coordinators?
Good evening, everyone. Samyukta ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just 1 minute. I'll take it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate our organizing team and our organizers and coordinators for this event, especially Dr. Jayari sir and Mrs. Samyukta ma'am. Well organized and well coordinated as a coordinators. And also, I would like to congratulate all the participants who are attended this 6 days FDP. On this sustain, and most of them you had gained a knowledge on innovation, sustainability, and as well as the climate resilience topics. I hope the sessions are very helpful for us to move forward, and also resource persons gave us a lot of research areas also given, so we can utilize in future. And also I would like to thank all our moderators. They coordinated very well and organized. And last but not least, I would say a big thanks to all the resource persons who are delivered their lectures for this FDP. And also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the management, principal, and vice principal, sir, and especially in our department, Dr. L. Jayari, sir, Dean R&D. So, as a Dean R&D, sir will be is the coordinator for this event. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And also, Mrs. Samyukta ma'am, thank you so much for organizing this event. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kalpana ma'am, our HOD from Department of Mechanical Engineering. Yeah. If no participants wants to give the in a positive mode, I want to before concluding few points, and it's really a wonderful opportunity for KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology. As I thankful to our management, our director is our inspiration person, where we can organize such kind of events in the institute, in the department level, and also to the centers. So it was a based on his inputs only. We have we have applied this FDP, and also from the center we have applied and we received this Atal FDP program sanctioned to our institute. So it's a wonderful opportunity of interacting with all the participants, and based on our connects, I really thank from the colleges like MLRIT, Mallarity, and IARE, okay, and from GRET, and also from different colleges through our coordination team and our FDP team. They have visited colleges, and also through the networking, many participants have been registered. So in that, faculty who have really have shown who are there from day one. I feel that all the 70 participants who are there, who have registered, I can see 120 have been registered, but 70 participants have been coming daily. I can see in and there. But the overall inputs what I received from the feedback from the participants, really appreciate, and it's really thankful for you. And hope that see the way we have organized, you can see that there we didn't find any kind of hiccups. So it's I really thank our IT team, where we can see there will not be no problems in transferring this network to the national level, so that the participants from various institutes and various colleges and also from all over India received the FDP what we have planned. And I really thankful to the speakers from various institutes, and also from the government and private institutes and also the organizations. They delivered a wonderful lectures, and also really thanks to the international speakers, Chandra Reddy Garu and also the Salu, so who has given the inputs. And I got a feedback from Fani sir that it's really helpful for the students and also for the faculties, scholars for doing the PhD. And also Salu sir was very interested to have a collaboration. So we have seen even the Bogirati Chandra Reddy sir from Kazakhstan. He's also given the links so that you can be collaborated. And with the inspiration, you can see his student also came and given a few points on this FDP. So it's really wonderful opportunity. We can say that we succeed almost what we have been planned, and it has been executed. Okay. If anything is there, you can share, you can contact, and you can reach out through the group so that we can see that what improvements we can do further, so that we can share contact and we can know exactly how we can proceed for this one. I really thanks to all the department, particularly our moderators who have done exceptionally well, so that there will not be any kind as meticulously we plan in the same way it has been executed. So I really appreciate the faculty members, department from the department. If you see day one, Satish sir and Tanya ma'am was there, and they have given their moderation duties and they have done executed. And also day two, if you see there where we can see Praveen sir and Balaji sir was there, and also day three you can see Kondala sir was there, and day four we have Anil and Ramesh was there, and after that we can see the Praveen sir also was there, and the last today Udishri ma'am was there, and along with that I really each and everyone I really thank, so that it was happened because of your efforts. And at the last we can see the participants from various colleges and also from the department. I thanks to our HOD Kalpana ma'am, where our coordination was really good, so that we can conduct this program in a nice way. Okay, so I'll thank to our co-coordinator Samyukta ma'am. With our efforts, we planned this FDP with his inputs through Dean from the CRIT, Center for Research Innovation Development. We have planned, and at the same time we executed from the department of mechanical engineering. So I really appreciate the faculty who are from the college who have registered particularly for this program. Only 20 faculty have been registered. We made it clear that who are really interested for this program, and we have the limit that only 20 participants were taken from our host institutes. Remaining we have gained opportunity for the outside college, so that it will be a great opportunity for those faculty who are working in this area and also want to learn and take the input from the resources. I hope that it has been received for all the participants who have been registered for this program. Okay, and at the last, if I can say that this program was executed based on the planning meticulously for one month before we have started, and at the same time we have taken enough time so that we give it in a positive mode, so that it can be reached to all the faculty and the participants. Okay, so I really thank to the Atal AICT coordinators or the organizers who have given this opportunity. So it's a great opportunity for us, so that we can conduct this program, and at the same time successfully we have done this program. I hope so. Really thank you all the participants who was joined 6 to 9 in this hard period. It's very difficult, but with your interest I can see. And now I hand over the session to our co-coordinator Samyukta ma'am to give the insights of this program. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. First of all, a big thank you to all the participants from last 5 days. You are enthusiastically participated. Without your support, this FDP program wouldn't be successful. Thank you, first of all, for all the participants. I hope you gained some knowledge from this FDP. So from my side, I want to say thank you to KG Reddy College for giving me this opportunity, and my coordinator, Dr. L. Jayahari sir, for believing me and giving a coordinator opportunity. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Kalpana madam, mechanical HOD. Without your support and department support, it is also not possible in successful way. Thank you, Kalpana madam. And before closing this FDP, I want to tell one thing. So those who are interested in sustainable renewable energy and sustainability, please will form a group, WhatsApp group separately to work on the projects related to renewable energy or sustainable practices. In daily life, we are facing so many issues. Right now, present, we are having carbon footprint issue and electrical vehicle issue. Anyone, if you are interested, let me know in the group or let me know personal chat so that we can collaboratively, we can work and we can publish some research papers and we can apply for some research fundings. We can also get funds from the Nigeria. Yesterday, everybody seen that he told us to support in the funding from Nigeria. Also, he said he will guide for the PhD student. So if you are anyone interested to work in that renewable energy side in a PhD, so let me know. I'll connect with the Nigeria person so that you can enroll in a PhD also. So this FDP platform, it's not only for 5 days. It is a lifelong collaboration with us. It's not only a 6 days program. So I expect lifelong collaboration for each and everyone in a positive way. So let's work together and achieve more. Thank you, everyone. So as usual from my side, I posted a feedback link, oral feedback link in the group, in the chat box. So please fill that form. As I mentioned yesterday, 1 minute video is needed in filling that final Google video form, final oral feedback form. So take your time and fill the form by today or tomorrow morning before 11 a.m. So take a nice 1 minute video, take help from another person, and first talk about yourself, your name and your college, then FDP name and post college, KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology, then give your feedback. It should be within a minute. Then you upload in this feedback link. Let me know if you have any doubts or you can ask in the WhatsApp also. This feedback link I already shared. And now I'll post an exam link. So we are giving a time based on the request from all participants. So we are opening the link up to 8 p.m. So in your free time from now to 8 p.m., you can write the exam. I hope everybody accept this. So within 2 minutes, I'll post the exam link. So all of you complete before 8 p.m. So 7 o'clock, 7 p.m., we are posting the link. Up to 8 p.m., I will open the exam link. So please note and also inform to your friends and colleagues. Up to 8 p.m. it will be open. As per schedule also, the exam link will be given at 7:30 to 8. Yes. So please note there is no extension for the examination. I'm giving already a 1 hour time. So please note that point and finish the exam. If you miss the exam, then it's a problem to get a certificate. Please try to understand. By 8 p.m. it will close. I posted the link in the chat box. Exam link I posted in the chat box. From 7 to 8 p.m. you can start writing the exam. Please note after 8 p.m. the Google form automatically will close. I am reminding 1 or 2 times again. I am giving 1 hour time. So please note that. And once after one time only, sir, this is, if you do multiple attempts, it will not come. So it's a one-time attempt, take some time. Anyway, we have given 1 hour time. So please think and write the answers. I will also post the WhatsApp link in the, this exam link in the WhatsApp. But see that before 8 p.m. the exam should complete. Please make a nice videos within a minute and give oral feedback. That feedback link will be open up to tomorrow 11 a.m. I'll share in the group too, WhatsApp group also I'll share. Give me a minute. I'll share. చేస్తురా సార్? చేసిన. So based on participants' request, we have extended the time up to 8 p.m. Kindly participants, please support us and note after 8 p.m. the form will not be open. Automatically disappear.
Last matter
Dear participants, it's already 8 p.m. We have given 1 hour of time for the submission. With this, we are closing the session and we will end this Zoom meet. Okay, thank you. And now it is 8. We have our examination in this Zoom meeting. Thank you.